please take the headsets.
Доброго дня. А щось у нас нічого не чути. Чи це не ваше? Це не ваше. А де? Не знаю.
Нагадую про можливість.
So I again remind you of the opportunity. You can still take the headsets for simultaneous interpretation. Please do turn off the sounds on your mobile phones. That's important.
Шановні
So, dear participants and partners, we are really happy to meet you at the conference, Development of Rehab in Ukraine, Dialogue and Challenges and Innovations During the War. Thank you so much for joining us, joining this really important dialogue on how to develop rehab in Ukraine. My name is Irina Zaslavets. I will moderate this conference today for you. And today, November 21st, Ukraine has the 10th anniversary of the Revolution of Dignity. 10 years ago, it changed the history in the country because we managed to stand for our dignity, to defend it. And this event is about dignity as well, because today we have to work a lot to create the proper environment for decent life for those who are recovering and restoring their health. And right now, I'd like to pass the floor to Jaakko Silje. Mr. Jaakko, please.
Доброго ранку and good morning to everybody. It's indeed a wonderful privilege for me to be here and to welcome everybody to this Development of Rehabilitation in Ukraine conference. It is indeed also wonderful to express so many gratitude to our partners, specifically the Office of the President of Ukraine, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Social Policy, the Ombudsperson's Office, all the rehabilitation institutions and organizations involved here today, and those from civil society as well. Your presence here really underscores the importance of this event and also shows that there is a comprehensive effort to address the challenges faced within Ukrainian society. We also express our heartfelt gratitude to our international partners, the government and the people of Japan, Germany, and the Republic of Korea for their steadfast partnership and their advancing of also rehabilitation issues throughout Ukraine. Unfortunately, the war in Ukraine has left a profound impact, significantly increasing the number of people with disabilities. Many of these individuals require effective rehabilitation following injuries caused by the war. It is a stark reminder of the urgent need for comprehensive support. We remain steadfast in our commitment to fostering resilient and inclusive development at UNDP. Central to this commitment is our unwavering focus on the rehabilitation and the empowerment of those directly affected by war, particularly individuals coping with disabilities and injuries. Rehabilitation stands as a critical pillar in Ukraine's post-war recovery, playing a pivotal role in restoring the physical, the mental, and the social well-being of those affected. The far-reaching impacts of the war, including the loss of life, displacement, infrastructure destruction, and human rights violations, underscores the imperative to prioritize rehabilitation efforts as we collectively try to navigate the path to recovery in Ukraine. One of the escalating challenges we face is the number of rising mine explosive incidents due to the widespread mining of various areas throughout the country. This alarming trend necessitates urgent attention, emphasizing the indispensable role of rehabilitation as an integral component of mine victim assistance programs. Today, UNDP is also proudly launching two groundbreaking rehabilitation initiatives. We have successfully integrated various social workers into multidisciplinary rehabilitation teams, which is a pilot initiative we're doing with the Minister of Social Policy and the President's Office, and this is being done in 14 oblasts throughout Ukraine. Secondly, we developed and piloted a comprehensive rehabilitation model for individuals with visual impairments. The model meticulously outlines the required services at each rehabilitation stage, defines the necessary competencies for specialists, and details the essential equipment for each service. UNDP actively supports rehabilitation efforts in Ukraine, promoting inclusive policies, strengthening the capacity of organizations involved, improving accessibility, and providing emergency assistance to those in need. In closing, I wish to affirm UNDP's support, commitment, and readiness to assist further in the alignment with the needs of the people and the government of Ukraine. Our discussions and collaborations today are pivotal in shaping a more inclusive and future for rehabilitation efforts in Ukraine. I look forward to a productive meeting and a constructive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Дякую.
So I do want to remind you that this event is organized by UNDP with the support of the Japanese government and German Republic and South Korea. So we have Mr. Kim Yong-tae, the ambassador to the Republic of Korea to Ukraine. So we'd like him to present his speech right now.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is my distinct honor to stand before you as we take stock of what our cooperation with UNDP and other partners have achieved and navigate the way forward to support development of rehabilitation and health services in Ukraine. This year, we celebrated a significant milestone in the enduring friendship between Korea and Ukraine. For the first time in the history of our two nations, the President of the Republic of Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, visited Ukraine in July. During the Korea-Ukraine summit, President Yoon and President Zelensky agreed to work together for the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative, affirming Korea's support in the fields of security, humanitarian affairs, and reconstruction of Ukraine. In September, we had another important visit. A large number of Korean companies, led by Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Transportation, visited Kyiv to implement President Yoon's initiative. Taking this opportunity, I would like to reiterate Korea's unwavering support for Ukraine. Next year, Korea's humanitarian aid to Ukraine will significantly increase to $300 million on top of $250 million already provided up to this year. And from 2025, for the post-war reconstruction, $2 billion in the long-term aid will be provided to Ukraine. Together with international partners, we will continue to help Ukraine build back better. The partnership with UNDP is of particular meaning to the Republic of Korea. In 1963, 2 years before my birth, UNDP office was opened in Korea and provided technical assistance in the fields of agriculture, science, and technology and education. Maybe 1963, the GDP, per capita GDP may be under $100. This assistance mirrored the Republic of Korea's path of development. In 2009, UNDP office was closed as Korea successfully transformed itself from an ODA recipient to a donor country, joining the OECD's Development Assistance Committee. In 2011, we have formed a new partnership with UNDP, and this time to provide assistance to other countries on development path. Standing on this podium in front of UNDP colleagues and other distinguished countries that helped our country gives me a sense of elation together with gratitude. And I'm referring to this Korea's success story not to be boastful, but rather to show solidarity with Ukraine. We want our success to be shared and replicated here in Ukraine. And we are positive that ultimately Ukraine will transform itself from a recipient to another donor country. And until that day comes, We need to collaborate in areas that we can help Ukraine most. And rehabilitation is one such area of critical importance. Rehabilitation enhances the resilience and the physical and mental well-being of persons with disabilities, and it has paramount importance for the inclusiveness of the society and improvement of socio-economic integration. Rehabilitation concerns valuable human capital and the well-being of individuals. Most importantly, it lifts people's lives. Korea believes rehabilitation is one of the key priorities that we need to work together to respond to the needs of Ukraine. Korea has been in close partnership with Ministry of Health and Ombudsman Office of Ukraine to make a meaningful contribution in this regard. Currently, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, we are rebuilding rehabilitation facilities in Kyiv region. With Ombudsman's Office, we are planning to build a state-of-the-art facility to provide care and psychological treatment to the children affected by the war. And we are happy to support UNDP's supporting the rehabilitation of people with disabilities caused by war project. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude to UNDP colleagues for organizing today's conference, and we are glad to take part in this partnership meeting with the Ukrainian government and donor community. I look forward to fruitful discussion for our joint endeavor, through which I believe we are laying the groundwork for a brighter future. Thank you.
Дякуємо.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for joining us, for the welcoming speech, and for the importance to support the dialogue on rehabilitation in Ukraine. And we're also glad to welcome the guests from the Japanese embassy, and we'd like to give our microphone to Min Iedzime Yasumasu, the advisor of the Japanese embassy in Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be invited to this event. Russian aggression gave tragic impact to the people of Ukraine, and in the medical field too. Restoration of medical services and demining are urgently needed. I highly praise the contribution of President's Office, Cabinet Ministers, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Policy, the Ombudsman's Office for Ukraine, UNDP, and other government and aid organizations for their dedicated efforts to promote rehabilitation in Ukraine. Japan has pledged and implemented $7.6 billion in assistance to Ukraine. Demining is one of the focus of Japan's assistance. It has supported projects to address the effects of explosive weapons and has worked with UNDP and JICA to support medical, psychological, and rehabilitation service for injured and other affected people. Japanese Ambassador Matsuda participates in the Humanitarian Mine Action Sector Working Group as co-chair. Other programs include support for the production of artificial limbs and prostheses through UNIDO, and a program to treat injured soldiers and produce artificial limbs at the Self-Defense Forces Hospital in Tokyo. Japan will continue to cooperate with UNDP to provide effective assistance while using an advanced technology. I hope today's meeting will have a successful outcome. Thank you.
Дякуємо.
Thank you, Mr. Yujima Yasumasu, and the rest of the government and the people of Japan for being supportive of Ukraine. And among the participants, we've got the reps of the Bundesbotschaft of Germany, Malthus Kolkari, the Department of Cooperation, Mr. Kohl. It's all yours now.
Дякую, Irina. Доброго ранку. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, friends, Ambassador, Excellencies. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts at the beginning of this important conference. And coming after three very good speakers like this, I'm glad that I can basically echo what was said already. But also, I would like to add a few remarks from Germany. As we gather here, our shared commitment to addressing the pressing issues faced by the people of Ukraine underscores the importance of cooperation and solidarity. And the challenges faced by Ukraine in the realm of rehabilitation are really huge and need attention and innovative solutions. And despite the incredible resilience I have seen in this country, tragically, the ongoing war has taken a huge toll on the physical and mental well-being of many Ukrainians. And talking about inspiring, I remember when we had a very inspiring send-off of the Ukrainian Invictus team at the German embassy, sending them to Düsseldorf, and before they had this tremendous success, actually winning 34 medals, I think. And this is really showing the resilience of Ukrainians in this very difficult times. And rehabilitation in this context becomes not just a medical necessity, but a pathway to rebuilding lives and communities. And of course, the needs were seen, and you heard numbers and project supports the rehabilitation in Ukraine, provided also by international partners, also Germany as the second largest donor in this country. We have a lot of projects in the field of mental health and psychosocial services. We even provide support for prosthetics and support the Unbroken project. And of course, I'm happy to hear about the new UNDP initiative here. And we provide money to the UN, to NGOs. But I think we need to ask ourselves how to further improve the comprehensive and sustainable system of rehabilitation, being able to match the great needs of Ukraine, depending less on single interventions by partners. And therefore, again, I'm glad to hear about the UNDP initiative. And I'm very happy to see all those experts and great minds in this room ready to start the discussion and how to identify approaches to address this challenge. And as we delve into the discussions in the next few hours, I'm very much looking forward to learn from you, getting a better understanding how we can work together towards developing solutions that not only meet the immediate needs, but also lay the foundation for an even more resilient and inclusive society. Thank you. Дякую.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your speech, and we express the gratitude for German people, German government to supporting Ukraine. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to all our speakers for their welcoming words. So now in the hall, we have more than 200 representatives of healthcare facilities. We have local self-governance with us and international organizations, partners, CSOs, NGOs, and we've gathered here today just to discuss the most relevant issues of rehab process in Ukraine. So talk about the challenges that we have now at the wartime, and of course to share some achievements. So we also have online guests, not only those in the room, because we are being streamed right now in YouTube and Facebook pages. So if you are watching us, do ask questions under the stream, where we have the comment line. So I'm not sure that we will have time to answer very fast because of this tight schedule, but maybe in our future publications we will provide the answers. So we have Ukrainian sign language translation. You can see it, and also we have it online on Facebook page. And I just want to tell you that we are at the -2nd floor. This is actually a basement itself, so it's quite safe. And if we do have an air raid alert, nothing changes. We continue the conference. We should not worry about our lives. And some other good news. You'll have really great photos from today's event, by the way. You will find them using the QR code in your agendas. And yeah, so share your impressions, share your experiences from the conference. You can actually use these great photos in your Facebook posts later. Now our photographer is doing these. So the importance of rehab topic during the wartime, it's really hard to exaggerate. So based on the results of Ukrainian survey that UNDP launched last month, 31% of Ukrainians, meaning every third respondent, mentioned that this person individually or their relatives or someone of their friends, they were injured or had some health problems or some diseases and they required rehab. So how does the state respond to these challenges? This will be something we'll discuss during the first panel, and I want Yulia Sokolovska, Deputy Head of the Office of President of Ukraine. I want her to join us right now, and also we will have Olena Kolobrodova, representative handling with economic and social rights, so Natalia Husak, and also Oksana Zhelnovich, Minister of the Social Policy of Ukraine. Viktor Leshko, Minister of Health of Ukraine, will be with us. They'll engage the conference later. Well, he has an urgent meeting, but he's there on the way. And who will moderate the panel? Tatiana Lomakina, Advisor of President, Commissioner on Barrierlessness. So before I pass the floor to Tatiana, hi. Tatiana, I'm so glad to see you. You'll have a very short video first on how it is important to have a good rehab system in Ukraine. So no, in this video, we don't ask you to give some extra efforts. This story is not about Paralympics. This story is about us. It's about the life that we still live after we were injured or after we got the amputation. So I love the morning coffee just like I did. I never miss my favorite sitcom. So I meet my friends and my comrades. At first, it's really hard, as always, but modern rehab brought me to my life back. So never give up. Just don't. You have to move to the goal you're setting. And please do remember that the state is providing free of charge and effective rehab for every Ukrainian. So if we restore the human will restore everything else. Greetings to all the participants of the conference, and we'd like to start the discussion right now. We'll talk about the conditions of the rehabilitation sector, the perspectives of its development, and the very first question we'd like to ask, I guess, to Ms. Yulia Sokolovska it will be. So, Yulia, you are coordinating in the Office of the President, you're coordinating the rehab development issue. So please tell us how it's actually going. Like, what are the plans? What did you manage to achieve? What can we be proud of today? What can we boast? And what are the next steps? Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. Good morning. Tatiana, thank you for your wonderful moderation. So first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you for organizing this event today, because we have to talk about a lot of things related to rehab, because in Ukraine, we're building the system from the scratch, in fact. So what I mean, the evidence-based, high-quality rehab with the most innovative standards, with the modern standards. So in this context, I would really love to express my gratitude to international partners for the opportunity here in Ukraine during the war, an opportunity to launch very progressive things, to make a rehab the most progressive as it can be, to make it resilient as well. So as it was mentioned by the German representative, fortunately, luckily, well, we try not to respond only to urgent things, but we try to establish the systemic policy for rehab, and it's really important. So we've managed already to change completely the legislation, change the regulatory framework for us in the country, to have this holistic, comprehensive system for rehab. And I think that especially for those we have on the hall and those listening to us, it's not something weird, it's not something bizarre when you hear the multidisciplinary approach. We all clearly do understand what that is, the multidisciplinary approach, how should the team work, and we have all the training, methodology, rehab packages from NHS. We take a commitment as a country to fund and to develop the rehab system in Ukraine. So it means that we have already a substantial progress in such structural changes when it comes to rehab sector. So the next steps I'd like to mention today, and I'd like to expand actually the context of rehabilitation. The human capital recovery and systemic rehab should be the important component of that type of recovery for the human capital. When we built the rehab system in Ukraine, so we decided to analyze in details how should the multidisciplinary team work. I'd like to draw your attention to the following. Well, what Mr. Sillier said, that we already have a pilot project, that social workers already are a part of multidisciplinary teams and rehab units, 14 of those rehab units, and these are still, it's still a pilot format. But we talked to the Minister of Health already. It's at the final stage, all the legislation is at the final stage for us to regulate the social workers' activity within these multidisciplinary teams. Why it's so important? Well, it's pretty obvious, I think. A lot of work, a lot of questions are there when it comes to social workers. People ask, like, how can I get prosthetics? Where should I apply for it? How the state is helping? What are the benefits from the state? What type of support? So all these questions, among many others, and social worker can answer those questions. It also gives, for a person, it gives a feeling that one is getting a reliable shoulder to lean on, that the person will get a decent follow-up from the state. And it's really important in this context to mention the prosthetic system, the system which is evolving. Unfortunately, we have really well, we do unfortunately have so many of those difficult cases, but still our surgeons and our experts, they do get a lot of experience when they're providing certain treatment, and enterprises, private and state-owned, are evolving as well to cover those needs that we do unfortunately have right now, because we've never had that rate. We have to think in a broader context. We need to combine all those areas. For the person to be provided with a whole system of services, prosthetics, multidisciplinary team, and why was it really important to mention the broader context? All teams have to understand that we recover a person not just for the sake of functioning, like body functioning, like a biological entity, but for every human being to achieve goals, to put one's dreams in practice, do something, like feel that you are a human being, that you are self-sufficient, that you can actually do what you want. We have to help every person to compensate in various types, in various formats. We have to compensate the loss of functionality the person unfortunately got when one was injured. So today's panels, today's discussions, it's constructed in such a way to discuss the following steps, the broader context. How to restore the human capital in Ukraine, because we want to recover Ukraine, make it better. And I was inspired so much with welcoming words given by the Korean ambassador. So we also would like to become a donor state. I would like to see it while I'm still alive. So we are investing so much as a state to build those institutions, build the system, to create a new country. So I'm grateful to all of you. I'm grateful to all Ukrainians investing in it. Thank you, dear colleagues and international partners. Just to finish, I want to express gratitude to UNDP. They're providing systemic support in all our creative initiatives. They're not afraid to become our partners, entering various pilots. And I do want you all to have a very productive day and a lot of inspiration for your future achievements. Thank you so much, Yulia. Thank you. You are truly broadening and expanding the discussion, pushing the horizon away. Because when we speak about rehab, this is a system of interventions to restore the functioning. But when we speak of the goal of the rehab, it's of how bringing a person back to a paid job, let's say. And I want to pass the floor to Ms. Oksana Zhulnovich, Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. So we do know that right now, you are handling a lot of work just to scale up those initiatives. Please do share the plans. Yeah, so good morning, dear colleagues. I'm so happy to be president of this wonderful forum. So the rehab issue is a mainstream issue, let's say. It's outspoken everywhere, you know. You can get it everywhere on TV channels, in the top leaders' offices, in the parliament. It's everywhere. So I'm really, really happy that today we have these multiple discussions around rehab, because like 3 years ago, if we remember, it wasn't that loud. Everybody thought that you only need rehab when you already get a certain type of disability. But I think that rehab after becoming a disabled one, so it's a little bit too late. So it's great that we already have certain shifts, as Yulia mentioned, in the process of early rehab. And also we now start understanding that we need to rehab people from the very first day of getting trauma or disease. So we should give priority, of course, to the Ministry of Health in that process. But we as the Ministry of Social Policy, what can we do in the rehab area? Where is our competence in that process? Where are the limits where we engage or where we enter, let's say, the rehab process for people? Again, as it was mentioned, rehab is a very comprehensive issue, and it does not include only the restoration of biological functions. So we have to understand that full rehab means that person is integrated in society, when there is a chance to move freely, to, you know, use one's potential where one wants, being employed, or getting any extra social activity, just engaging in it. So when any human being is a full member of society and living a full life, medical rehab is not enough. It's obvious. So we have to take into consideration all the parts, including those where we are responsible as a ministry. So how do we see our interaction with the Ministry of Health? So first of all, social workers in multidisciplinary teams, for them to provide this information as early as they can on all those possibilities and everything that a person can get due to trauma or disease. So second part where we engage, so the rehabilitation means, supportive rehabilitation means, and we ensure not just individually for a person, like prosthetics, various wheelchairs, or any type of equipment. So among the list of these supportive means, we also have these household systems and household services. So we are now trying to create a system on how to consult people to equip the household environment, one who got the trauma or disease. Persons should get this follow-up at all the stages, and quite often in hospital it looks okay because the hospital has all necessary equipment, the ramps, and special bathrooms and all that. But when a person gets from a hospital to one's, household apartment on the 5th floor without an elevator, let's say, in an old house, there is a question: how to live, actually, how to function, how to equip your living space, how to actually being active, how to stay active. So we haven't had an answer for that question, and now we're trying to not just provide chairs, for shower rooms or just equip the toilets, not about this, but somehow to tell people how to equip that properly, install that properly, to identify the functionality and maybe help a person to change the accommodation, the current one, for something that will meet the needs more. So this is also like a bunch of tasks, something that we still work on.
In addition to that, to bring person back to the society, the rehabilitation should be early in the hospital so that the person be able to get readjusted to the future working space of his or her. So here we are talking about people with disabilities because the Fund of Social Protection with People with Disabilities, we will discuss it a little bit early during other panels. They can finance the setting up of the job spaces for the people with disabilities. We've been working in close cooperation with the Parliament, developing the law of Ukraine on social protection of the people with disabilities. We'd like to improve the employment opportunities. We are renouncing the old administrative sanctions if somebody fails to secure the quota for employing people with disabilities. We'd like to go over to a simple targeted installment that will be a lot easier to administer, will not provoke additional burden on the shoulders of the employers, and will not have additional burden, administrative bureaucratic burden on the state's shoulder to collect this installment. We'd like to expand the range of support we're providing to the people with disabilities and their employers, so that these employers employ people with disabilities and help them set up their jobs places to make it the most convenient possible. So that's the objective, and the final objective is the full inclusion of the society into the social process. And number 3, the rehabilitation at the medical facility cannot last long. So all over the world, it's very brief a process. So you need to bring the person back onto his or her 2 feet, recover, bring back the functions of the body to the normal, and then the society should give support to the person. This is the place where the person will be supported, should be helped to resolve the issues that he or she linked to the new his or her status, and the society should assist the person, and if needed, the person should be cared for by the society, either at home or 24/7 care or any other social services to be provided to make this person more included into the social life. Unfortunately, we are just at the very beginning of this journey. We are developing the unified standards. We're verifying the very mechanisms that will be there to procure social services, because it's not everywhere that you have communal service providers, and not all the hromadas are capable of setting up an institution to provide different types of services, and it's not you don't need to have a full employed people to provide these services, because there is a person who needs this type of service, that tomorrow this person will need total different type of service. So our ministry, within the framework of the development of social services, decided to concentrate its effort on procuring services from different service providers. At the times of war, we see that the non-governmental sector is growing steadily, and it has grown supported by the international partners. And this potential is what we shouldn't lose. We need to take advantage of it as a state, and then we will have a big partnership cooperation with international partners. Today, during the times of emergency are supporting the teams providing social services. They help these teams to come into existence, train them, and then we as a state become the leaders of this work, and we procure these services for different Artisan communities, or we assist different communities procure these services on their own. So we shape the National Procuring Agency as an agency that from the central level will be co-funding some expensive services to procure and will support the communities in their procuring of other services that will be created based on the needs of this community. And number three, the third vector of our activities is the information exchange. Without good quality information exchange in between the healthcare, social services and employment services and the educational services, we won't be able to understand the needs of the people, all the needs of the people, and our citizens will have to permanently, getting a whole bunch of certificates, taking them from one institution, bring them to another institution, and we want the bytes to do the job, not the people. So that's why we're building up active exchange platforms in between our unified info platform of social services and that of the healthcare. And I guess that by the end of this year, we will be successful in this process. We're also exchanging information with the employment service. For example, now we have information on the IDPs, the information on who we give to the employment service for the employment service to be able to offer these IDPs jobs and then reintegrate them in the hosting communities. And since the rehabilitation can be of different nature, this can be caused by different reasons. Somebody's lost his house, has lost the place of his or her permanent stay, and has got to be integrated into a new hosting community. Digitalization is a very important component within the framework of our social component. We are building up the mechanism of digital case management. We will be case managing each case. This will be a social story of each individual, no matter what the person is. We want to see and understand what the person needs and the type of assistance the person has been provided, is being provided, and will be provided, or may be provided. And I would also like to wrap up by saying the following, that definitely we need to do the following. We need to develop, I don't want to talk rehabilitate, but we want to develop our children who are being born or who got some disabilities once they are born. We don't have one fit all approach, and we don't have any cooperation in between the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Social Policy, and the Ministry of Education in this regard, because unfortunately some children who are not covered by this educational services, so we've created special rehab centers for these children, although they produce developing educational services, and we need to be aware whether we need to keep them or where we need to make them do something else. We need to be aware what the Ministry of Health has got to do and what the Ministry of Education has got to continue to be doing. Thank you very much, Oksana. Thank you very much for this presentation of your vision. And you've explained this a lot, and you've told that you're planning cooperation with local authorities because social services are provided in the Harmatas, in the communities. This is where people actually live, and traveling around Ukraine and meeting mayors of different towns and the heads of the amalgamated communities. They say that they would like to work with you and shape up this social policy. They are dearly willing to know more and to be telling you about the challenges that they're facing. And with us in the audience, we've got the representatives of medical institutions, which are attentively listening to the person. So the person who is currently at a bed in the hospital tomorrow will be back to the community, and we see that some routes for this person to be supported by the community are currently being developed for these people be able to be served all social and other services, educational services, employment services. These people will not be abandoned. These people will be supported by us, the members of the communities. To continue this important discussion, I'd like to give the microphone to the National Service of Health, Ms. Natalia Husak, because each and every So the program of medical guarantees does require additional fundings, and you manage this extremely important vector. You are streaming the funds from the state budget to support those people who need rehabilitation. Please tell us more about your program. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. And first and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to all those who are here with us in this audience, because I think that these people are not here by chance. You all have invested a lot of your knowledge, your professional development, your expertise, your time, so that we today have this opportunity to be discussing the new achievements of the new rehabilitation system in Ukraine. And to tell you the truth, the challenges of the full-scale invasion have given us an opportunity to look at everything from a different angle, look at the services that the National Health Service had been procuring for the Ukrainians, the rehabilitation services in particular. And well, the medical guarantee program always responds to the challenges that the medical sphere of Ukraine has got. One of the challenges is that of rehabilitation. Why, you may ask? As Yulia and Oksana have said earlier today, each of us, if you are frank with yourself, rehabilitation that had been implemented since 2020, done by the National Health Service of Ukraine, it was not in focus. There was no demand compared to what happened after February 2022. And we, as the procuring agency, we are now aware that people's needs are changing, people who are in the stage of recovery, especially those who've lost his or her ability to live the way he or she used in the past. So the person needs additional support to recover his or her abilities. That's why in 2022, at the end of this year, we launched the procuring of services for the multiple rehabilitation. There were a few service providers. We needed to embrace new approaches, but it gave us an opportunity in 2023 to fully reshape our requirements, our system of payment, and reshape the rehabilitation service in the program of medical guarantees, make it a top priority service. This means that we and our experts are developing requirements on new services. I'm talking about the rehabilitation. We started procuring in hospitals. Before that, we used to procure exclusively in outpatient hospitals, and the requirements were identical, requirements of the providers. We started paying for each and every service provided. Before or prior to 2023, this service had been procured at the global budget, which let us take into consideration the interest of our partners, providers, with regards to the expenses that they incurred and with regards of the provision of the fundings for this service. I would also like to say that as of now, we are observing that the number of the service providers with who the National Health System has got a contract, the services, the number of services is growing year over year. The quality is getting better, and this year, our regional departments have had an opportunity to meet each and every service provider physically to see how the services are being provided, to see the problems of the service providers. And currently, we have 420 service providers providing the services to the Ukrainians, and definitely the overwhelming majority are providing assistance in the field of hospital rehabilitation. And this transition, I hope that we will speak about this with the expert. This is transition into the availability of the rehabilitation service, when even checking the survey results, we see that there's a request. One of the challenges that en route of getting a service in rehabilitation is actually the availability of this service. And as of now, the National Health Service of Ukraine in 2023 reviewed its tariffs according to the procuring of the services in hospitals, and in outpatient hospitals as well. And we say that if the volume of funding this year we've paid for the services of rehabilitation about 3 billion from the state budget, making forecasts for the years to come and taking into the consideration what we see with from our e-health system, we see that the service need is not fully satisfied. Next year in the program of medical guarantees, we increase in the volume of funding in this regard, and the financing will be more than 5 billion of money coming from the state budget, and we hope that the service providers with the local authorities who all through this year have been getting ready to contract and to provide the services to the greater number of the Ukrainians, they will be ready to sign contracts in 2024. We are aware that this very service is something that we can do, and we've been doing it for many years on the market. And this year, we work with the private entities and state-owned entities, and we've got the role model of our partners who for many years, along with the national health system of Ukraine, have been working as business. For them, this is part of their business.
That's what they're doing for people, and the state in this case is a reliable partner for them as well. So I also would love to concentrate on this because I've seen it from the results of the survey, and I heard it from Yulia, and I heard it from you, that in general, NHS, when we speak about the rehab services and experts, well, these are already included in 15 packages that we procure, 15 services that we procure under the medical guarantee program. So why this is important? Because yes, we focus a lot on rehab right now and in the post-acute period, but we also, and in the survey it's mentioned, we need to pay more attention to what's happening to a person when one must get the timely rehab in the acute period. So to me, it seems that those electronic solutions, digital solutions we all together implemented this year, the e-health system, it goes for entering the data under the classifier. This will actually help us to analyze better what's happening with the person. When specific rehab is provided, is the rehab plan properly and timely drafted, and if this plan is actually working, if it actually is helping to recover the functionality. Therefore, we will have more and more data. On the basis of these data, we will formulate the policies. So I'm really grateful to the partners. We have so many of them today in the hall. This new rehab year, as we call it in the medical guarantee program. So this year we we are finalizing together successfully. Yes, certain policies, of course, are amended and corrected. Well, I speak of some technical issues. Of course, we do change something, but still, NHS will continue to stay a reliable partner of yours for the sake of those patients who need to restore their functionality with these services. We want them to feel that all services they get at the expense of the state, that it's not just about some physical actions, let's say, but it should be the feeling that we are investing and expressing gratitude to those who are so much affected by the war, and that we do ensure that they restore their dignity and they have a decent life in all matters. So thank you, Ms. Natalia. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. We all feel the support of NHS today. We all do. So it's really important to know that Ukraine is now Finally, Ukraine finally accepted this international classifier. According to the data of International Economic Forum, from 10 to 15% of people living on the planet, they have certain functional disorders. And if we do speak about Ukraine, to this rate, we add the war challenge, of course. So, of course, it's so relevant for us right now to have innovative evidence-based rehab here in the country. We do want Minister of Health join us, Mr. Lashko. We're waiting for him. While he is still on his way, I would love to pass the floor to representative of the Ombudsman. Ms. Elena Koloborodova is with us, and it's not only about providing services, it's also about monitoring of the service effectiveness. How, if people are satisfied, if they do feel this important support that we want them to get today. So I pass the floor to the Ombudsman's representative. Thank you so much. Ms. Tatiana, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. So first of all, okay, we have the Day of Freedom and Dignity today. It's November 21st, our national holiday. It's so great that I'm surrounded by so many experts. And I do hope that we will have a very honest discussion about the problems that we have in the rehab service sector. We will exchange some practices and ideas, and we will identify the key areas for improvement. My words of gratitude to all the participants of the UNDP project, and of course to Ms. Elena Ivanova. In particular, when we implemented this project, Human Rights for Ukraine, we managed, with your support, to carry out a very important monitoring on observance of human rights in the rehab and health sector and social protection as well. Of course, it's not something new for you that Russian aggression against Ukraine is unfortunately every day giving us more and more of distorted and damaged lives. We have more and more people who require rehab and support, those who were affected by the war. And when we engage people to normal life, this is important, bringing those people back and integration them in society. How to integrate them in society, this is one of the key goals and tasks of our state for the future years. So, according to the sociological survey, more than 80% of Ukrainian citizens have at least one of the symptoms of anxiety disorders. More than 50% are in the risk zone for them to get some mental issues and disorders. So, this estimate, it tells us that millions of people actually do require psychological support and rehab. And unfortunately, every day we're getting more and more of these people. We will have more and more of those. So in my opinion, the priority for the state, what is actually a priority, and what should be a priority, of course, educating the healthcare professionals, new technologies in rehabilitation and healthcare. Apart from that, we have to strengthen the role of medical associations. We have to get this strong experience exchange between specialists from different countries. Our citizens, in particular the military, the ex-captives and ex-prisoners, both civilians and defenders, their families, deported children, they have to get a chance for full recovery, physical recovery, mental recovery, intellectual recovery, and various other types of rehab. So I just want to inform you that our office employees were engaged in designing the methodology to provide rehab services. And in 2023, we had 14 monitoring visits in different regions of Ukraine. We visited territorial communities, and we asked the leaders of local self-governance, we asked them what were the practices that they had in provision of rehab services at community levels. We checked 10 rehab facilities in social sector and 13 in healthcare sector. I'll be honest, that monitoring results are not that satisfactory. For the rehab to give positive result, for the people to recover, we must use a comprehensive approach. Based on monitoring results, we can say that it's quite a chaotic process right now when it comes to rehab services in social protection and healthcare sector. So I'm sorry I forgot about my presentation. I apologize. Therefore, I'd like to refer to colleagues from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Policy. Please, I want you to see that we need to present amendments to legislation when it comes to comprehensive approach and rehab service provision. That's important. And also interaction between healthcare facilities and social protection facilities. Rehab facilities, which are subordinated to Ministry of Social Policy, they are changing the areas of activity from social rehab to medical rehab, and it's explained quite simply. The financial interest of those facilities, because medical rehab is funded by the Medical Guarantee Program and at the expense of state budget. It was already mentioned today. As a result, there may be certain risks that comprehensive rehab services will be provided when it comes to social-oriented services, employment, education, and these services, in the context of full-scale invasion, it's of huge importance still. And I also like to draw attention to that, how important it is to have the policy at the level of communities, the rehab policy. It should be drafted and formulated on the basis and including the needs of people, of course, not because you have certain financial capacity inside your community. So, local self-governance, they must think of the following: the needs of people with disabilities for rehab services, establishing network of rehab facilities based on those needs, and organizing and preparing and retraining, of course, retraining of the staff, both from social and medical rehab. The local authorities have to inform and notify people with disabilities about certain services and facilities, the package of documents they need to accumulate to get the services, and of course, globally, we have to change it at national level, change the legislation when it comes to rehab. As we need to reformat it to meet the needs and tackle the challenges we have today. I'd like to also note the following: provision of psychological and medical rehab support to military and ex-prisoners, ex-civilian captives and their families. So I just want to note that in June 2023, we established an expert group on legal support and implementation of concept to establish the system for recovery of those categories I mentioned. So we had a range of ministries engaged to that in our office. This concept envisages that we will have a unified recovery system as a continuous process to provide rehabilitation, medical treatment, social and psychological support, and of course, working with the relatives and family members. I speak of those people primarily who are deprived of their freedom. So, the working group managed to create a draft law. Now it's at the stage of endorsement. So the Office of Ombudsman also provided some comments towards that, and Ministry of Reintegration is working with those comments, and we really think, and we do hope actually, that this draft will be presented for the Cabinet for them to consider. So we do have certain financial limitations due to the war, and every day we have more and more people with disabilities. Every day we have more and more rehab needs for different categories of people. Now there is one big global need to restructure and reform the rehab system and support the facilities providing those services. On behalf of the Ombudsman and his office, I want to express a readiness. We are ready to cooperate with international organizations and, of course, internally with the Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Health. What is the aim? To ensure that we observe the right of people to rehab to implement the best practices when it comes to rehab services. And I'm pretty sure that only if we have these consolidated efforts accumulated, we'll get the best result. I wish us all to have very productive work, and let's have a safe and peaceful day today. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Elena, for your presentation. I'd like to give a chance to our panelists also to express their opinion. Okay, Ms. Oksana, please. Yeah, thank you for the chance to respond, because very sensitive things were mentioned. We have these traditional complex rehab centers, for example, but effectiveness of these centers today, it's my opinion, is not the optimal one. It doesn't make sense for a person who wants to get, let's say, a job. Okay, let's say a nail beautician, like going elsewhere and spend some months to actually be trained. It takes time. It steals the time from a person, let's say. When you speak about this comprehensive approach, it's not that we need to put all the services together in one facility. Quite often it's important, but we have to understand that we need to refer the person from one facility to another, from one institution to another, to get minimum inconvenience while being provided different services and getting, like, when there's need for retraining and rehab, medical rehab, and of course some social service.
So trying to do our best within these frameworks, by means of exchanging protocols. But we need to provide the service there where the person needs it the most and most efficient, closest to where the person lives, and the place where the person will be included the most possible. So the training should be done by means of voucher, it should be omnipresent, it should be affordable and available, shouldn't be niched to be present in a small network, because number of people with disabilities in our country is growing, and we've got to not to segregate them, but we've got to secure equal access of theirs to the infrastructure. If I have a disability, I don't want to be selecting a center for rehabilitation, but I need to be able to enter any university, enroll any educational institution, any college, and I have to be assured that I will be provided the same educational service just like anybody else in the society. Speaking about social services, they are not very well developed in all the communities. The very law came into force in 2020, and ever since the approaches have changed considerably as to how the social services should be implemented. And I would like to say that the war challenges raise new priorities we've never had before. PSS support is a top demand now, and we need to respond to this, and we are responding. The Ministry of Social Policy, for the first time, has shaped the respective life resilience service, for which we have selected 25 communities, Romados, who applied. And from the central level, we are currently procuring for these communities the service of life resilience and PSS service. Currently, we're selecting the team members. They will be trained eventually, and I hope that by the end of this year, the Romados will see this service delivered. We are paying for the work of the team, consisting of a social case management, social professional, with the help of digital tools. He or she will be able to run the needs of assess the needs of any person who asks for support. We also, since the social law says that these services to be provided to certain groups of people who are currently living hardships, following the decision of the Social Protection Department. In our case, we are lifting these barriers to a certain extent. We say that this service will be available to all the citizens of the very community where the service is being provided, independent of their income and independent of any other living circumstances. The person can come with a request or petition. His or her needs will be assessed, and he or she will be defined the services to be further gotten. This is number one. Number two is group training. of PSS stabilization, the cooperation within the framework of the community, the reinforcement of parents' competences, because there will be professionals who will be supporting families with children to bring those children, because this is a challenge as well. Children quite often are remotely taught, especially in the settlements close to the front line. They worry for their lives, they worry for the lives of their parents who participate in the war, and sometimes we don't know how to tell the parents how they should be building up their dialogue with their children. Specially trained teams with specially trained professionals. Our international partners help us train these people. This service will be provided with those special trained teams to all the families of the community. And component 4, in addition to psychologists and social workers, the workers of the parent competence development and the case manager, there will be the volunteer activity coordinator. This person will be responsible not for defining how to act, how different organizations should act, but on the contrary, those people who are willing to show their social activity but don't know how to do it, don't know what to do, don't know when it should be done. These people will be trained and they will be referred to the organizations which secure the services, or these people will be sent to rehabilitation centers for these people to be able to support those warriors, those combatants who are getting rehabilitation there, or to the geriatrics institutions or any other institutions where volunteer support is needed and where the volunteer work will reduce the workload that the hospital staff has got. And this will help other people who needs this help. So this is a totally new approach which is broadly used currently abroad, but we haven't been used it in our country. I mean, we need to merge the activity of the locals with the governmental activities for the sake of attaining common goals there where it's needed the most. So these are the very plans, these are the very innovations that we're introducing, and we need to do a lot, and we need to change a lot in our approaches on in the legislation on rehabilitation. 2 rehab laws probably is not the best way to proceed. We need to speak about the unification of all these approaches and developing unified strategies and rules. But step by step, we're heading towards this objective. It's important to understand how the cooperation should be built up, how we have to refer or share the information about an individual from one entity to another entity. This is something that we're currently working on, because I'm definite that the program that we call this program YENSEC. This program, digital program, will be launched by 2025, with the help of which we would like to make all the information about the person circulate, and this will help define the person's needs based on the limitations that the person will be ascribed according to the international classification. We, with the Ministry of Health and the Office of the President, are working hard on this, and I hope that in the nearest future we will be able to roll out the draft, to show the draft version of this program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oksana, and please, Yulia, please join the discussion. Thank you very much, and I'm aware that there's a lot of information, and sometimes it feels like we on the central governmental level, we're sitting, analyzing something, developing something, designing something, we are producing draft laws, and we do it fast, which is good, that we can, at the times of war, we can introduce, meet the needs of the changes fast. But to implement, for the implementation, time is needed. We need time to train people. We need to raise the awareness of the people, which also requires time. And we need good quality info channels. We need good quality training materials. So now I've been listening to the panel members and being part of this process. Definitely, I'm aware of everything, and I'm aware where everything is heading for. It all is heading for, but I can assume that people in the audience and those who are in the audience do not perceive everything the structured way I perceive it. We as a team, we need to do even more to get all our plans and strategies across to the audience. Those people who implemented these policies in the fields. So I hope that along with our international partners, we will be able to obtain good results, because changes are needed the soonest possible. We need to get adjusted to every change in the world the fastest possible. We need to, all of us, we need to put more effort. We need to understand what is going on the right way, for instance. And Mr. Leshko is not here yet. I would like to speak about another thing that we've been developing along with the Ministry of Health. That's the Cabinet of System Technologies. Before the forum, we spoke about the fact that he or I will announce that this year we would like to be securing, set up in at least 40 cabinet rooms of the kind for Ukraine. This is a new vector of policy. This is a new implementation. This has been regulated in the regulations in the rehabilitation facilities. Hospitals, departments, we'd like to have special system technology rooms, and we would like these rooms be equipped with auxiliary tools for rehabilitation that a human being can use temporarily. Some of them can be given for permanent use, so the person uses it permanently, and some of these tools a person can rent and then return when the person has no longer need for this tool or equipment. So I hope that these system technologies rooms will reinforce the services and improve the reputation of the services provided to the people in these departments of hospitals, and will help go through this period of time smoother when these persons' personal losses are to be compensated. And let me tell you about the following. As far as I know, maybe there have been some changes, but the main partner in this regard is the WHO. I would like to help them for being the leadership and for supporting us in the auxiliary rehabilitation tool procurement, especially for the places that are located close to the front line. We have lots of work to do, and I hope that today's conference will inspire us even more as to the amount of time and resources and knowledge we can invest to improve the life of people in Ukraine, to build up stronger systems in Ukraine. Thank you very much, Yulia, and let's give our panel participants a round of applause. So we've had Ms. Yulia Sokolovska, who represents the Office of the President of Ukraine, Ms. Oksana Zholnovich, the Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Olena Koloborodova, who represents the Ombudsman, the Parliament's Ombudsman Office, and Natalia Gusak, who represents the National Service of Health of Ukraine. We wish you good health and see you during our next panel. Thank you.
Дуже дякуємо.
Thank you very much, dear participants. I'd like to remind you that we're waiting for Mr. Viktor Leshko. Well, the moment he is with us, we will give him the stand for him to share his important vision on the Ministries of Health's latest developments in rehabilitation. Currently, we are having a brief. Please be back at noon. We will continue. Thank you very much.
Who received prior invitation to process to the site event according to the information in your agenda. Колеги, велике прохання займати свої місця. Я думаю, за
Colleagues, please do take your seats in a minute. We're about to start. Thank you.
Шановні учасники, ми продовжуємо.
Dear participants, we continue the conference and the topic of the next discussion. These are excellence centers, the concept and the best practices. So I want Vasil Strelka, Director of the Department of the High-Tech Medical Support and Innovations from the Ministry of Health. Katerina Zavgorodnya is with us as well, Head of the Unit Center of Physical and Rehab Medicine, Regional Clinical Hospital Ivano-Frankivsk, Regional Council. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining the discussion. And based on the results of the UNDP survey, we had interviews with patients, so it shows that they're more prone to give high result, high score to the level of rehab support if there are experts who actually are motivating patient to get that result. So strengthening the human potential and human capacity. In rehab, this is one of the priorities, and right now we have to work on that very actively. That is why actually the Ministry of Health initiated the Excellence Centers. Vasil, tell us please more. What kind of centers these are? Another additional aim there may be like, what did you put as a foundation for its existence? Thank you so much. In any system, the key thing are the people, because buying equipment, you think like repairing, it's hard, it's costly, but it's much more simple comparing to a good team. If we take our current rehab system with a number of experts in the MOH system, rehab experts, I mean, so we are able to provide the rehab support. If we calculate more than 7,000 patients every day, we can help them. In Israel, for 1 million population, 100 beds, rehab beds. We have 200, even more than in Israel now, when we speak about the expert ratio. But if we ask ourselves if we have this rehab support like in Israel, unfortunately not. So the key thing is about training the specialists and experts, because we have rehab units and centers providing very good treatment and support, like in Israel. And we at the same time have rehab units who are contracted by NHS. We as a state are paying for the rehab support, and it's not satisfactory there, I mean the quality. So we come from the problem, we try to find the solution. All those experts who are in these, work in these facilities, they have specialized training and diplomas, so these people were graduating. Someone has more practice, some less. If we compare with the increasing, if we compare with the growth, it doubled, the number of experts doubled. if we split between inpatient and outpatient packages. So these are new people who came, like someone was providing rehab support in outpatient mode, physiotherapist. Someone for quite a long time had a pause in professional activity and was not doing this, but one had a diploma and a physical therapist, a rehab expert, got the job, and now he's providing it, and the state is paying for it. So our task today is to solve the problem, the challenges, to ensure more or less even rehab support distribution in all facilities, and at the state expense. We need fast solutions. And how can we do it? Like, can we send everyone abroad? No, we can't, and it doesn't make sense. Sending those who don't have this background still here in Ukraine. Bringing foreigners here to facilities, we cannot, because language barrier, basic things like there. So we identify 5 adults, 1 kids facility who are the leaders, the champions who are proactive, and they've been actively developing recently their reputation and image. They're exemplary. Like, let's train the teams there. And this idea emerged spontaneously. We were at the strategic session at that moment. So Ms. Ala said, yeah, we can train without problems. Let's do it. So let's do it. And let's do everything for the teams that we have in Ukraine, the strong ones. Those will pass the experience to the teams from the facilities who are the freshmen, who are new ones. And we can bring those exemplary ones abroad, we can bring foreigners to them, and so on. But first, we have to use the resource that we already have in Ukraine. Okay, thank you, Ms. Katerina. Your facility is one of those 6 facilities which are in the pilot project. Yeah, so tell us, please, about your experience. So you already work in that area. Like, who is being trained there? For how long has this been happening? Okay, thank you. Our experience is not very huge. We were one of the centers providing these training services, as we call it. We're so glad to actually do this. Why? Because before that, we already had some background facility. Many facilities. We have 21 in the region. We realized that we had to start with our region. These are the closest, and they required help, and we always stay in touch with them. We decided with administration, we created a special questionnaire.
момент. І ми розпочали.
I'm providing their services at that point. Are you aware about the amount of time you need to service all the institutions that you have in your province? Well, yes, this is the question that we're asking because our department has been asking of us to cover all the medical institutions, and we've said that, yeah, for that we need time. I cannot tell you the amount of time that we will need to do so, but we will do our best. And how many medical institutions are there in Ukraine providing rehabilitation services, and how much time do we need for all of them to get all those capacities? Will we have 6 centers? Will the number of the centers be increased? Is the Ministry of Health coordinating this process? I'm talking about the service providers who have an agreement with the National Health Service. The number is 430 institutions. 262 institutions have the provide inpatient services, but we are developing service, and the rehabilitation services should be in big cluster hospital and at the cluster institution, of which the number is 175. Speaking about the capacity of 5 institutions of the kind for adults. Over a year, we're talking about 60 institutions because you have 4 months. The duration of, you need to take into the consideration the duration of the training for 4 weeks, 60 institutions per week, 175. Should we cover all of them? Yes, people will be trained, but first and foremost, we need to speak about the personnel's motivation, and we, the Ministry of Health, do not select the institutions to conduct trainings there. We cannot force anybody to attend trainings which we don't need, actually. So that's why we're using other tools, and at the same time, we are motivating people to learn. We are talking about learning scale, and I think in a year's time, we will have an efficiency, rehabilitation efficiency grade, and we'll be using some other scales into the digital healthcare template, so for us to see what is going on at medical institutions and what's going to happen in the future, because we will at some point measure in the rehabilitation, which we cannot do now. We can only tell you the amount of staff that we need for the 3-hour rehabilitation session to happen. This is what we can easily measure, and we see that there are institutions which have a lot more patients than they have professionals to cover these patients, and in the upcoming year we're going to be setting the limits of saying that these 3 years of medical rehabilitation will be done through the medical guarantees. Now, the request for training. There are district hospitals which would like to be attending trainings. Please turn to us, address us, and we can tell you that there are certain institutions in which training trainings. You want to study, you do. You don't, you don't. And This is our attitude, and our task is the development of the capable network. So in 2-3 years from now, we want each cluster have a rehabilitation department, and these departments are currently being refurbished, and we've launched the tool equipment procurement. Local communities procure some of the equipment, and we create educational environment. So speaking about the educational opportunities, rather, speaking about strong, motivated teams willing to train the others. Katerina is willing to train her teams. They're open, they would like to train the others, and we can assist those teams attending trainings abroad. And for example, there's a team willing to attend training at a super center in Denmark. So first they come in touch with that center, and we, the state, will simply support you. We write a letter to the Royal Danish Embassy, and people travel there, but people know what they are missing to become even better. And there are some medical institutions that are not aware what they need, what they're missing. And so Ivano-Frankivsk, Dnipro, Ужгород, Ivano-Frankivsk, Ternopil, Vinnytsia, Dnipro, and Kyiv's Ohmedit Hospital. And you've been saying that from the very beginning you decided to train the people from the teams from your district, from your province. Speaking about how it's done all over Ukraine, while the trainings are going on, while the oblast teams are being trained, do you have any examples when a team from one region is training, is getting knowledge at a different oblast or region? I can reply this question, and I know that our team is meant to go to a different province to train people of that province in a different field, the field that's never been touched upon by people from that province. So with other provinces, people, we can gain some knowledge. We've been receiving requests from other provinces, oblasts, and we are willing to train everyone. But you need to be aware that at the same time we're working. Our main work is what we do, and we will be helping a little bit everyone. And once we've conducted 2-month cycles for our people, then we will help the others. But the most important that people be teamed. So you need to have a team. Sometimes there are teams on paper, but these teams do not exist. But only once we've seen the team, we will start working with the teams. We're open. We are willing to travel to a different province and train the people in where they work in order to increase the network. Great. We have more than 6 in our province. It would be fair to have one center per province, so that people of Lviv can train in Lviv, or from people of Ivano-Frankivsk. I would love to have one center of excellence of the kind in each and every province. But what is the problem with training people in Lviv? There are lots of provinces, Poltava province, you name them, and the center of excellences need to be created in each and every province. Well, we assume that sometimes later we expect, and this will be the way you've just said, that the best institutions will become the excellences, centers of excellence, serving other institutions of the province, of each and every province. But we need to have strong institutions. Poltava and Kharkiv provinces, Dnipro, I think they've already been trained, and they are currently trained in Hospital 4 of the city of Dnipro. And we say that other provinces, Zaporizhia province, currently people are attending training in the city of Dnipro. So oblast cluster medical facility institutions, they already are attending trainings at our premises, at our centers, and I hope that sometimes later they will be capable of training, of sharing their experience with the institutions of their respective provinces. Thank you very much for your answer. And I know that little time has gone by to summarize, to see the outcomes, but probably you see that there are challenges out there once you've started this work. Maybe there are some problems that you've faced over this brief period of time. Can you please share with us this information? Because there's a request. You need to understand the request that the teams have what are the problems that the teams are facing. So they show you the problem, you resolve the problem, and then everything works even better and the efficiency is higher. Well, we've got a problem of accessibility of these institutions, so the dignity issue has been raised because, well, our institution is a broad one, and we've got lots of staff, professionals. Some other institutions lack good staff and personnel. They're just creating their team, and we are telling them that the rehabilitation specialists should attend, help the person during the acute and post-acute and the outpatient stages of the patient. We've met the people, and we see that not all the medical institutions have accessible toilets. I thought that it was simple to understand, but all these departments are totally new. They are either former departments that are rebuilt or built from scratch. And we needed to get this information across to them, that all the dignity, accessibility issues should be resolved from day one of its being designed or built up. So we tried to explain to people why it is so much important, because mostly we've been working with patients who have some functional disabilities. That's why this was even discussed on the departmental level so that those hospitals be helped to resolve these dignity issues. The Ministry of Health, do you get the feedback from the excellence centers, and or do you see that there's something that future holds in store for us? Maybe there are some issues and problems to be resolved that you would like to participate in resolving. So centers of excellence and the leads of those centers of excellence are actively participating in shaping of the policy, and because they are, well, what we've seen, and you probably have heard about it, there's a challenge that everybody would like to get an easy patient with a back pain, code him and obtain 1970, but not applying a lot of effort to rehabilitate the person. And there's skull trauma. These are the patients which need a lot of resources to be used, and they need a lot of time to recover, to bring back. A lot of time is needed to bring this person back to normal life. And the medical institutions are not interested in these patients because they will be paid the same for these patients. So we have this feedback from the excellence centers. They are saying that we're ready, we are dealing with those patients, but we spend a lot more effort on those patients with heavy injuries, and they do it because they want to help the people. But there's no positive stimuli to deal with these patients. And the spinal injury patient, we have 100 beds in Cleveland, and if all these 100 beds in Cleveland are with a spinal injury patients, paying them $33.60, they will not have enough money. So a lot more will be spent to hire additional nurses because these patients need more resources to be spent on them. And at the same time, we have the warriors, the soldiers of Ukraine with spinal injury, and the number is considerably higher than the number of beds in Cleveland to treat them. And the root of that patient who is lucky and who is taken to Lviv Military Hospital for a month or two, it's great. The person is being supported with acute spinal injury, and following that, the person is taken for 3 to 5 months to Clemens in Rivno ex-combatant hospital. The person is now wheelchaired, and the person is brought back to life as max as possible.
The one who was not that lucky, he got to the unit with an inpatient package, which is not even the excellence center, you know. She just stays there, you know, and patient stays there for a certain period of time. And our task as the state, and this is our joint task, to make those patients, to help them getting the evenly distributed support. and we can rely on that infrastructure that we have, not more, not less. Tomorrow, we will not have another 300 beds for people with spinal injury. So we won't get those beds because we have to train the specialists. It takes time. We already have patients, okay? So we requested our excellence centers and asked, please, can each of you give at least 10 rehab beds for those patients? And they say, yeah, we're ready, giving 10 beds for those patients. If you need to have more, we will increase the number. So with the armed forces, we've established the route, and now we launched the coordination of spinal injury patients, still manually coordinated by the MOH together with the WHO, of course. For each patient to be seen, there's an unlimited number, like less than 1,000, to control the location where the person is staying right now. And the armed forces decided to give us the information as soon as the patient gets into the system. So when we plan the discharge from the neurosurgery, for example, to inform the Klevan hospital that, okay, please prepare a bed for, on this date, you'll get that patient. Klevan hospital is ready to transfer patients to our excellence centers for rehab. When these are overloaded, we'll look at expansion. And this is the role. Our excellence centers are ready to perform from the state point of view and just to tackle the challenges. That sounds really cool, thank you, because the spinal injury, this is a big challenge, you know, the whole bunch of injuries. It's a big challenge for our healthcare system, and we can just, you know, I want to applaud to you right now for the work that you do and our medical staff and the partners who help us. So, well, they tell me that Viktor Leshko is about to come in just a matter of seconds. We really want to finally listen to him. We really want him as the Minister of Health to tell us. Okay, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. So we really want Viktor to tell us of what the ministry is doing in the rehab sector, because your ministry is the flagship in the process. Please, I really want to hear you right now. Irina, thank you. Thank you so much. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I do wish you all to stay in good health. So definitely when we speak of the rehab today in the healthcare sector, I can confidently say that within the last 2.5 years, we've made a revolution in the sector. So I'm grateful to all people related to it. Thanks to all the teams still working with us, because a huge way to pave another revolution 2.0 is waiting for us, because, you know, so many different problems we have. I'll show you a very small presentation right now. It's rich, it's detailed, but we'll be very fast with it. So when we talk about our movement, how we moved after we adopted the law on rehabilitation in healthcare area, and a set of bylaws designed by various teams. Thank you for your leadership. Vasil, thank you for coordinating, and thank you for coordinating the work. We always set a goal for ourselves that we have to achieve. And many different things we had, we thought, like, how to move further. How many multidisciplinary teams we need to have? How many rehab cycles? How many rehab centers do we need to have? And many discussions there were around that, but I can clearly tell you that the strategy that we picked to develop the rehab, not only in specialized rehab centers, but also units in multi-profile hospitals, that was a very proper strategy to pick. And today, everybody we have in these multi-profile hospitals, and they face the challenges with traumatology, reconstructive surgery, where it's required, and other stuff. When this happens in one hospital, when these teams work there, it's much, much better. It's much more convenient. We picked the model, Israeli model, and we calculated the number of beds. Okay, not beds, but multidisciplinary teams and rehab cycles for 1 million per 1 million of people. Then we took the figures and transformed it to number of beds in the unit. we now realize how many cycles the teams may provide. 7,800, that's the figure. Sorry, 3.5 thousand first, then we check that in Israel it's much better, when the nurse care, and it's much more effective with the social support. So we came back, and then we again took the 7.8 thousand. And this was split in a couple of components. So specialized monoprofile centers and rehab units in multi-profile hospitals. 6, we decided to have a healthcare system subordinated to our ministry. 5 rehab centers with 200 beds each. Ministry of Defense took this commitment. So, briefly about the centers, we try to distribute these in a decentralized manner all around the country, to have high level of accessibility. We realize that there is certain specificity. In Lviv, we already have Lviv cluster, which is one of the most powerful now, and Superhumans, Unbroken is there, Halichina, Ministry of Social Policy, Vynnyky Hospital, University Clinic. We start designing the reconstructive surgery. This is like a separate hub. But even in the Rivne region in Klevan, we have a separate hospital, which is a veterans hospital, now works with spinal injuries, National Spinal Injury Center. But then we will expand it, and another center of spinal injury will soon have an university clinic of Dnipropetrovsk Medical University in Dnipro City. And that's how we're moving. Okay, so all other centers will be there as well. But briefly here about the capacity of centers and its potential, like what they can do today, where we are moving. So I guess many of you visited these, and we continue developing them, developing their capacity. In Klevan Hospital, Veterans Hospital, we started building a new unit finally, which will expand the capacity of the facility. In Kyiv, we want to have another multi-profile clinic with a separate rehab center with the best practices that we'll gather around the country. In Lviv, in Dnipropetrovsk Medical University as well, in Lviv again. What are we doing? We try to institutionalize the best practices we have in university clinics for each of you just to come there and get that expertise and evolve. So we're also trying to find some resources, and we want to launch in Sumy another center, Nezlam na Pivnich, Unbroken North, which will cover the needs of Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, and Poltava regions, and will provide the rehab that we need to provide. What was the key task again for us? To make the rehab services closer to people. Okay, to scale that up, we need experts. We realize how many graduates we have in medical universities. If all our rehab experts started working as rehab experts, we would never have the staff deficit. But it never works as it should. But historically, it works like that. So previously, this rehab therapist, speech therapist, these professions were not popular previously. We had a couple of steps taken in the ministry to actually change the status of these professions, to ensure higher wages for these specialists, and it actually helps us to move further. So now we have also the departments and units opened in medical universities, new units and departments, and we also launched clinical multidisciplinary centers, excellence centers. Today, its functioning is supported by the World Bank project. These are the centers where we have rehab units. There are experts, trainers who are ready to teach you, those who need that, directly in the rehab unit, and you'll get the knowledge, but you also will provide rehab services to someone. simultaneously. It actually already is working. It's there, so many managed to improve their skills. Someone just started the way of rehab therapists in these centers. So here you can see on the map the network of rehab unit centers that we have around the country, something we should have eventually. Now we know how many facilities we have in the network cluster or subcluster or supercluster, and we work with each facility to help them to meet the requirements. These circles show you the number of facilities that are contracted under the package and how many clusters and supercluster of these that we should have as contracted under the package, meeting the needs and requirements and standards. In green, the centers already have the package and cluster hospitals, multidisciplinary teams, and with repairs, these are equipped, and so on. Because we still have a lot to do, and we will, with assistive technology rooms, that's what's going to be happening. So we also have facilities we're still funding in terms of, let's say, visual image change. The rehab units, repairing them within requirements, construction requirements, and European standards. To meet these, we really want all our hospitals to look as best as they can. But so we're moving towards that. Of course, we still have the war ongoing. It's hard at wartime because all the priority expenditures, it's for the defense. But thanks to our international partners, we managed to find resources, and we still evolve. We are opening new rehab units everywhere. I'm showing you the photos. These are progressive. These are high quality. These are exemplary for all of us. And you can actually go there and look how should the rehab look like. Not just visually, I mean, but when it comes to experts, when it comes to results that we managed to achieve. Another issue, of course, so these are people whom we can't help with a rehab. So we offered for each rehab unit that exists in our cluster hospital network to have one special room called the Heroes Room or the Heroes Ward. We've drafted requirements, and this will allow us for a person who cannot move, who is absolutely immobile, providing a special room or ward there to ensure that a nurse is helping. For this person to talk to comrades, for those who are under rehab in this facility, entering the hero ward to talk to the patients in the ward, and we'll have a separate hero unit in the National Veterans Hospital that we have in Pereyaslav-Khmelnytsky. After the inpatient treatment, we also develop outpatient rehab. You can see the number of hospitals, secondary hospitals with packages for outpatient support. The outpatient rehab rooms will be launched, and we really want to move to lower level, to communities, to primary health care centers, centers of integrated primary health, medical health. So where we need to have these physical rehab rooms as well, and psychological support, don't forget about it. So that is actually how we will cover with this umbrella. The whole country will be covered. For each and every person requiring rehab support to actually get it. A huge bunch of challenges we do have, and we realize that these challenges are there. We do. So we're moving step by step to tackle the challenges, but we're not omnipotent. We're not gods. Therefore, such conferences like this, why do we have this? To hear about the problems, to know what legislation we have, maybe not the most perfect one, but still to adapt quickly. We have no time for analytical research. We live in a harsh time. We live in a time when you have to respond fast and effectively. If someone makes a mistake, We are humans. We can make a mistake anytime. We have to correct it fast. Reformat, change, amend any law, and start moving in a new way.
Дуже вам дякую.
Thank you very much for joining us for the presentation, which is very important for us to understand how to proceed as a state. And I'd like to express our gratitude to the members of our panel discussion, Vasil, Catherine. I'm letting you go. Thank you very much.
І далі ми будемо говорити про
So we are going to be discussing the role of social workers and psychologists in multidisciplinary rehabilitation teams. And frankly speaking, there's the research of the Kiev International Sociology Institute conducted following the UNDP's request, and the respondents are the people who received rehab services. So people have shown the expectations that further support is needed. The majority of the respondents of both genders consider that the support networks is important for those who got injured as a result of war, and this support is important, and this support is considered to be as a source of potential resolving of the legal issues. And this is good because people now can have additional sources of information on the capacity the state is capable of providing. And now I would like to quote a serviceman who's got rehabilitated because of his eye impairment, who's participated in the survey. He said that there should be a social worker or any other person who will adjust the action plan. Ever since I got wounded, no one attended me, no one explained me what I gotta be doing, what we all have to do, what my relatives need to do. So a social worker or anybody else will tell you what your action plan is. You need to do this, you have to go there, you will be phone called from a different location, or you need this and that. You will have psychological, physiological, and social rehabilitation provided. And this is exactly what each and every person be given, the person who needs rehabilitation, who's got an injury, and who finds him or herself in totally new living life settings. So if he or she doesn't have any prompts, it will take him or her a lot of effort. And along with the presidential offices and the Ministry of Social Policy and the Ministry of Health, joint charitable fund UNDP has been implemented a project in which 14 social workers worked in multidisciplinary teams of the health institutions in 9 provinces. And now we would like, before we go over to our next panel discussion, we would like to show you a video about the work of one of the 14 institutions that participated in this pilot project, Drogobich Town Hospital number 1.
Склад нашої мультидисциплінарної
On our team, there's a physical therapist, ergotherapists, assistants of physical therapists, and ergotherapist psychologists, the rehabilitation medicine doctors. We meet together, our team, during which we discuss a case, and the doctors look at this from their angle. I look at it from my angle, telling them the social status the person has got, and ergotherapists or rehabilitologists. We work with them, and they're telling me that you need this thing to improve the rehabilitation. So we're looking for the walking stick or the wheelchair, and the social workers responsible for communicating in between the patient and the state authorities, social services, different humanitarian organizations and charitable organizations. Social worker is responsible for the following. He or she provides all the information on the services which the person can get within the community. He is she is like a connector in between the person and the social services providers in the community. We treat patients, the IDP patients, and there are a lot of, we run into many issues because somebody lost their documents while being in the line of fire, and some IDPs have relatives in the temporarily occupied territories with who they have no relations. Now, this has got to be resolved, and this is the burden that's put on the shoulders of our multidisciplinary team. which took a lot of our attention from our main task. And now the social worker is responsible for that, and here she's been quite efficient. The social worker provides not only social assistance, it's PSS support, and this can be even be initial psychological support. For all my life, I've been working with people, providing assistance to them, so together we are doing just fine. We are delivering on what we are asked to deliver. And I'd like to ask the members of our next panel discussion, Olena Kulchetskaya, aide to the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine. Olena, it's all yours now. Irina Filenko, the project manager of the Charitable Fund, Charitable Fund Cooperation, or Co-Action. Let's give them a round of applause. And Alla Pivnik, the chief of the multidisciplinary rehab team of the Clinical Hospital Number 4, Dnipropetrovsk City Council. Let's give them fantastic round of applause. They are doing an incredible job. Yulia Rudenko, social worker of Rivne Oblast Hospital of the ex-competence Rivne Oblast Administration. Sorry, I've been to Lviv on many occasions. Pavlo Kozak, social worker of the First Medical Union of Lviv and the National Rehab Center NES Invincible. And Oksana Zbitneva, the head of the coordination of the psychological health of the Cabinet Ministers of Ukraine, the chief of the Barrier-Free Association, Olena Ivalova, project manager of the UNDP in Ukraine, is the facilitator of today's meeting, today's panel. It's all yours now. Have a fruitful conversation and discussion. Good afternoon, dear guests, dear friends, dear panel members. First and foremost, I would like to tell you the reason why we've decided to have this topic as one of the major topics for our discussion, despite the fact that the current legislation foresees that the social worker and the psychologist are members of the multidisciplinary teams. However, this work has not been implemented to the fullest because for social workers, there's never been developed the documents as to who's got to finance what they do, whether it's going to be the medical institution or the social institution. And it's never been written what they have to do. Their functions have never been described. The workload per social worker, the documents they have to use, the documents they have to fill in. So there are lots of issues that existed in the process of work of those social workers who, no matter that no documentation had been developed, they started working with medical institutions, and thanks to the leads of these medical institutions, they understood that their work is important. That's why the UNDP decided to support this initiative along with the governmental partners, the Office of the President of Ukraine, the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, and the Ministry of Social Policy, and along with our partners from the non-governmental organization Co-Action, PIVDIA. We started developing these documents, and today we'll talk, our panelists are presenting those who create policies all the way to those who implement these policies. My first question goes to Olena Kulchetskaya, advisor to the Minister of Social Policy. Olena, please tell us, how come that the engagement of social workers is an acute one? Why the Ministry of Social Policy cares for this, and what are your plans? And now that the pilot project is over, what are your plans for the future? Good. Thank you for your question. And since I'm the first to speak, first and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to the UNDP and to the representatives of PIVDIA Co-Action Charitable Fund and all the participants of this pilot project, because a year ago, roughly, when we're meeting in the town of Lviv, when we met the leads of the rep departments, and when we're saying that this pilot was to be launched, we felt that all those rehab department leads were skeptical. They didn't believe it will fly. But so we see that we've implemented this pilot, and we see that there's a need, and there's the largest challenge. The multi-layer, multi-angle approach is the main challenge. We need to regroup different fields that are regulated by different ministries, that are regulated by different pieces of legislation, to as much as possible to secure to provide for the needs of a human being. This is the largest challenge. We had it last year, we still have it, and Olena has been right saying that the social worker, as it's written in the law, he or she should be the member of the multidisciplinary team. It was from day one, since 2021, it's written in the law. Despite the fact there were some qualification features and the law on social services, but when we started implementing this very project, we realized that the law on social services, the mechanism there, we wouldn't be able to use it to provide social services at the medical institutions. And we, within the framework of this pilot, we needed to develop this very algorithm of work of the social worker to clearly write his or her functions and responsibilities, because on one hand, physical rehab doctors, physical therapists, ergotherapists, before the work of social workers, they were responsible for some other responsibilities. They needed to explain the legislation and the capacities to continue the rehabilitation or provide some auxiliary services on producing the artificial limbs and so on and so forth, home care, house care, and so there was nobody else to be in charge of these duties. But at the same time, we were aware that overloading social worker would also is not a good solution. You cannot make him or her do additional workload that only a superman can do or superwoman can do. So the functionality of these people should be clearly outlined, and the competences and the qualification should be clearly described, and the responsibilities of this professional should also be described. And this main objective to help the person to catch up, the injured person. So once the rehabilitation is over, the person shouldn't be again the person be kicked out from the hospital at loss, not knowing what to do next in his or her life. And so we always rely on the family members and the family who will be supportive from day one, but the family members are not always there. They cannot start being supportive of the person from day one. They're not always capable of doing this. So this is the very task of the state, of the Minister of Social Policy, to assist, to support the very moment the person leaves the medical institutions, which is well equipped to meet the needs of the person, which is comfortable, which has got all the barrier-free environment. When the person goes back to the society, when not everything is so smooth and inclusive and barrier-free, no matter how hard we want it to happen. So this very bridge in between the institution and the community is critically important at the times of war, when people are undergoing rehabilitation, not where they actually reside permanently. And those who have been here at today's panel can tell you that there are patients visiting their institutions from different parts of Ukraine, and then they reroute these patients for further rehabilitation, which are actually far away from the place where those people are originated from. So build that bridge of communication within one territorial community was not always easy. But think about making somebody travel to a different province. We are facing additional challenges in this regard. And the task of this pilot for me in particular was to build up the correct pattern of the most efficient and most comfortable pattern for the very social worker, for the institution of health protection, for the members of multidisciplinary group, the engagement pattern and the work pattern because it's clear that we did have some previous experience of engagement of the professionals of the kind. In Lisova Polyana, there's a social worker working as a hired hand in the Clever Hospital. They did have some experience. They engaged the Territorial Center of Social Services employee, definitely. And medical institution can hire, according to the civil law agreement, social worker, part-time employment. But when we were implementing this project, the most efficient we see that the social workers are loaded with work. They cannot do any other tasks, and the most efficient and the best way to proceed is to engage the social worker, make it part of the staff of the medical institution, and that's why we're changing the legislation That's what the Ministry of Health do, and we're actively participating in this very process within the realm of our responsibilities. We'd like to amend the Cabinet of Ministers, which regulate the rehabilitation process, 1268 and 14662.
That actually regulates the multidisciplinary team's activities. So, the most ambitious task for us is to scale up the pilot, not just for all healthcare facilities or MOH facilities. The best for us would be if these social workers with that kind of functions and competencies engaged to this pilot if they are present in military healthcare facilities, where it will be possible for them to provide that high-quality support to servicemen and women getting the rehab treatment in those facilities. Thank you, Ms. Elena. Thank you. Our next panelist is the leader of multidisciplinary team, one of 14 facilities where the piloting was taking place. When this approach was piloted, social workers engaged. Alla, tell us, what is your experience? For your team, engagement of social worker, what was a success? What was a failure? Pros and cons. Do you And there was a social worker. She said that medical social workers, these are not our people. For us, it was so hard to find the connections, build the connections. We've been building these together with Katya, with different state programs and CSOs and social services. I just want to tell you that we continue doing this. This is just about building connections, continuous building of connections. A lot is ready. A lot of achievements we already have now. A lot is built, and our success is our success cases. And I just want to tell you what we've been doing. Prosthetics for the military with all the documents. And the case when 80-year-old woman who was taking care of her mom, 92-year-old mom, she had a stroke, and we provided social support. So ramps for an officer with double amputation and a lot of cases. This is practice. This is what we do.
Можна так сказати. І я вдячна вам за Катерину. Ми чекаємо, коли будуть нормативні.
I'm grateful for Katerina. I'm looking forward to get the documents when we will finally officially employ her. It's so good to work in a multidisciplinary team with her. So when she has her interviews. During her interviews, she allows the team to plan the individual rehab plan to do it better. And also, her support helps us to understand the patient better because our mentality is specific. Multidisciplinary team will handle, we also set goals, but the social component, it's about the story of the social worker, and one is engaged in multidisciplinary team activities. So I can say it's a cool thing. So I just, yeah. I'm ashamed for what I said at the beginning, but anyway, yeah. Let's listen to social workers, to those people who are those that we speak of today, Yulia Rudenko. So you are a social worker in multidisciplinary rehab team, okay? Tell us, please, what are your key functions? What patients are referring to you with? How you tackle that? And how does it feel? How do you feel the role in the team? Thank you for the question. When it comes to the function of social worker in the multidisciplinary team, first of all, it's evaluation. Evaluating, assessing the client, and raising one's awareness on services, resources one can get, and our role as a social worker. We also have psychosocial assessment taking place, considering the strengths and weaknesses of the client. So we discuss the result of the assessment at the meeting of multidisciplinary team, and there we shape a clear goal. We set clear tasks which are measurable in time, and we share information and ideas how to improve the functional, psychological, and social condition of the patient. Ideas emerge when we all work together. When we have a social worker at the meeting, we can have like a deeper understanding of the patient. And social worker, in the scope of one's competence, is providing psychological to members of the family, providing where they need to go. Restoring documents like the passport, domestic or foreign, IDP certificate, whatever. robotics factory. In active rehab, I've been for like 3 or 4 years, spinal injuries. I was invited by the first medical cluster to start working since September. I've been there. And I've been in the private rehab center and also in Lviv Military Hospital since 2014.
Соціального працівника був трошки ширший. Дякую керівництву тих закладів, де я працював.
I'm grateful to the leaders of the facility I work in. I'm grateful for the understanding because they actually accepted me very well and they were listening to me. The keys to success that when you interact in a team, it's easier to fight anyone. So the feedback from all the experts to patients and vice versa. So in the center of the model, this is a patient-centered model. The more communication you have, the higher the quality of communication. The faster we help the patient to restore the functions which are lost, because the one who owns the information owns the world. So on the basis of this first medical cluster, which successful projects we had? Mentorship project with the support of IREX and SPIVDIA. Within 3-4 months, we've provided high-quality support. Approximately 180 patients received that. The project, we plan to continue with the project, but regardless of whether the project is ongoing or not, we have our duties and we do it. So the range is really a little bit broader of our functions because we are the social workers of new generation. You cannot just work in your very specific niche. You have to be a technician and an expert. You have to identify the needs sometimes and build a strategy. So you have to be a jack of all trades sometimes. So yeah, this is the photo film project, and the one I mentioned that we implemented with SPIVDIA and IREX and in our hospital. So this is a mentorship project. Equal to equal principle, we provided information. As colleagues said, everything started from the scratch, as someone said, yeah. And yeah, the fear has big eyes, but the more you are informed, the easier it is to socialize, adapt, and eventually to integrate. And it all started with the acute period, how the process took place. The neurosurgical unit had, or traumatology unit had, gave a call, said we have a fresh patient, you need to consult. We were gathering information, and we defined all the strengths. We communicated a level of community with specialized facilities providing those services. The problem was that there is no legal ground to provide those rehab means if the patient doesn't have that opinion of the commission. So with the type of disability, but again, it's about communication all the time. Our social workers, they will find everything if you need that. I'm grateful to Assistive Technology Hub we have in Lviv, Open Lviv, and Momentum organization. We've actively been cooperating. I'm grateful to charity funds and CSOs, covering your needs all the time. And we're doing our job. That's what we're doing when we're just working, and we will.
Thank you, Pavlo. And I would like to give the microphone to Irina Filenko.
Підтримка важлива.
The support is important, especially right after you got wounded. You need to explain to the person what the future holds in store for him or her. He or she need to know what to expect and what he or she can achieve. And the support should be from the person who's lived through this and who can inspire and who can help you recover the functionalities that you have, your abilities.
Дякуємо за це надихання.
Thank you very much for this inspiring video which shows the work of a social worker with the patients. And now I'd like to give the microphone to Irina Filenko. Irina is from our non-governmental partner, charitable fund Spivdia Cooperation or Co-working. Please tell us, you've done a lot of work, you've selected social workers, you've trained them, and you've conducted their supervision. What are things that you can share with the colleagues who haven't gotten to the point of hiring social workers? What do they have to do from the very beginning? What should be paid most attention to? How do you engage social workers into your team? Good afternoon. Well, I'd like to start with a figure which may seem about nothing. Before contracting 14 workers, we checked more than 200 CVs and we conducted more than 75 interviews, job interviews. Why I'm mentioning these figures? Because we were keeping in our head the same idea. People who we would contract have got to be extremely strong. They should not only possess knowledge, but have their own personal experience and knowledge that will be of help to them to begin the life from scratch. And to begin one's life from scratch will be done by adults. Adults will begin their life from scratch who've got some life experience, vision of life, which is very tough to begin life from scratch if you're adult. For us, the most important was for the social workers be psychologically ready to see people with injuries and start working with those injured people. Changes that are happening fast in the legislation, which is good, and learn to be efficient with the patients, with the medical, with the state, with the service providers, and find charitable organizations capable and willing to cover certain urgent needs. And one of the chief skills of the social workers should be the ability to shape up the responsibility with the patients for their own health and life. Because we've seen, I think you know this, to run, to chase down, and do some good, is the saying. The mission of us is to show the vector how to cover one's own need, how detect the need, and we need to provide the algorithm and with the help of who or which the certain service is provided to the person with the injury. We're talking about motivating, counseling, and inspiring of our patients. The patients need to be ready to move on. They need to be ready to overcome difficulties that they will be having in their lives, because we know that fulfillment of individual plan can be written A, B, C, D, what you gotta do, but it can take weeks, months, because there are procedures that you cannot speed up, and the people have got to be ready for that. The social workers are the ones who got to inspire the people to attain one's own dreams, to fulfill the plan, to move on. And for me, this is their top skill. Their top skill is to become the bridge in between the needs of the patients with the service providers. The services the service providers provide. It's about building up partnership in different places and hermadas, and recalling our initial months of work when almost no one knew that social workers were engaged into multidisciplinary rehab teams, that they conducted this assistant. We run into lots of stories when no one didn't trust anyone, no one didn't want to cooperate, not trusting the other person. And today, now, the project is 6 months old. We've been working actively for 6 months. It's all gone. All negative things are gone. The social workers are developing the network of partners in the fields. And for me, this has proven to be the toughest stage meaning how to logically finish cases. We have to be aware of one thing: the social worker will not be staying with the person through all her life 24/7, because the social worker has got his own life and sources, and the social worker has got to recover as well, to be back tomorrow to work and to continue what he's called to do. And we paid attention to the professional limit, ensuring of professional limits with the contract. When the social worker would approach the patient and saying that this is when we start our work, but this is where my work ends. You need to warn the people that there'll be a day when I'm leaving and you are on your own. Speaking about hospitals, to give the injured people to advise, the social workers, the most important is to support the social worker at the very beginning, so to engage him or her to conferences and discussions, so that as many people in the Hromada as possible know this person by his face, and provide him or her supervising assistance or an additional skilling or upskilling. Social workers, as we say, we don't want the social workers got burned down on day one. It's so much important to care for the social and emotional burning out of the social workers. And one of the main challenges, and this challenge has got to do with I mentioned it at the very beginning of my speech, it's the human resources. Unfortunately, we do not have enough professionally trained people. We do not have enough those people who are ready to work in the court system, person-to-person, P2P, assisting the others, because checking the survey, the figures in the survey that we've seen earlier today, we are aware that there are a lot of people out there who have different injuries, who got different personal pain. And it's so much difficult to work if you have your own pain. It's difficult to work with the pain of the others, having your own. So it's important to engage supervisors, intervisors for the social workers in the fields, be as much efficient as possible. And taking this great opportunity, I'd like to express my gratitude to my team, 14 social workers who joined the pilot project, and we would tell each other, you are with us. This is a great adventure, but it should end up with success. So thank you very much, dear friends, for the work that you've been doing every day, and you're doing today, and you'll be doing tomorrow. Thank you very much for your great contribution into the development of today. Cooperate for the sake of victory. Let's do it together. Thank you. Thank you, Irina, and well, I've been listening to you and I've been watching your face, and I've realized that probably we now have convinced everyone that a social worker is an important member of the team. But I would like to discuss I'd speak about psychologists. They're an indispensable part of multidisciplinary team. We'd like to express our gratitude to Oksana Zmitneva, the Chief of Coordination Center of Psychological Health of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, is with us. She's the Chief of the Barrier-Free Non-Governmental Organization. Thank you very much. But before giving you the microphone, I'd like to give you the results of one of the surveys supported by the UNDP. And this survey was conducted by Kyiv Institute of Sociology following the request that it got from the UNDP in September of this year. And according to the results of the survey, it turned out that 64% of those who said that they got injured or diseases ever since the full-scale war started, 64%, it means each 2 out of 3 people, they've said that they've gotten psychological disorders. They have now psychological disorders and traumas now, including depression, PTSD, anxiety, and they either them or members of their family or friends have these symptoms, disorders. And this is a great figure, big number. So based on this, what should be the role of the psychologists, social psychologists? Should this role be modified as time goes by? And I will probably add a little bit more load to your answer. Rina has been saying that social workers may get burned out, and not only social workers may get burned out, but the members of the multidisciplinary teams can burn out. And I think that psychologists have double load because he works with the patients and probably he works with the members of his or her team. Is this correct? Thank you very much, Elena. Greetings to all the participants in the audience and online, and thank you very much, the speakers. You're inspiring us, and you've broadly outlined this question. I will try to narrow it down, and you've given the 5 minutes. I will try to highlight those important key issues that we need to remember. The Minister of Health of Ukraine, Mr. Viktor Lushko, has said today that the revolution has taken place in rehabilitation in Ukraine. I would say that we are all together right now are going through a great transformation, rethinking and taking into the consideration the roles of the professionals, of those employers, workers, of those professions which earlier were almost invisible. You are currently talking about the role of the social worker as a leader, as a connector of the person's need and the services provided by the service provider. And I would like to go back to the role of the psychologist. The All-Ukrainian Mental Health Program, initiated by the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska, says that this transformation is of the mental health should be a part of the transformation of the physical health. Speaking about the rehabilitation, we are all pretty much aware that the physical rehabilitation, if it doesn't has psychological support or psychological transformation, the physical rehabilitation is not possible because once injured, the person has got to find, as it's been said before, the new sense in his or her life, has got to get hooked to somebody to find the strength and will to go on, to live his or her life, in which case the role of psychologist is extremely important because mental health is about senses, is about something that keeps us willing to live our lives. But I would like to ask all of us to look at the psychological rehabilitation component vertically and horizontally. Yes, the law on rehabilitation says that this component is somewhat lost en route while the law was being adopted, horizontally and vertically. Horizontally, we see that there's a root of a human being, of an individual, and we are aware that from the hospital, the rehabilitation center, and the community, there should be smooth transition and there should be psychological or psychosocial support to the person, and the amount is based on resources.
Regarding the vertical, okay, so psychologist in a hospital. Multi-profile, where we have the rehab units. So for the rehab centers, the model's already made. These are there. You can actually take Nezlamny, Invincible, or Superhumans, Halichina Center, and you'll see how actually psychological service is functioning within the rehab center. By the way, in Superhumans, in Invincible, they also have this, what Pavlo mentioned, first contact specialists. Those trained at equal-to-equal or peer-to-peer, program. So this is a person with certain experience. One can help you and provide the follow-up with those things you are not even ready to mention and tell to any reputable experts. It's a contacting person. It's the person who connects you and the world, the outer world. So for us to give answer to those, to cover those gaps that we have, so that's why we piloted a couple of important steps, which we are now ready to scale up. First, in the hospital, a psychologist, it's not just a patient. Management, of the hospital, they have to understand what psychologists function are. Support of the multidisciplinary team and working with the burnout issues, preventing these. Supporting the facility staff, because if you don't have the environment, accepting environment, a lot of results can be just, destroyed. So working with a family, you have to work with a family, with a patient's family. So can all these functions be placed in one person? Of course not. Supervision as well, and intervision. So in the pilot project, the coordination center, we took 3 regions, 9 facilities, and we had a training for psychologists, delivered how to work with staff and working with patients, working with families. And on the basis of the pilot, we already have recommendations for the MOH on how to equip, how to establish psychological service in a hospital. We're ready to scale it up. We really hope that soon another 78 facilities will enter the training cycle. Then, experts from hospitals, from rehab centers, 2 weeks ago, they had training, the TOT trainings, under this Equal to Equal program. And these training sessions already, Ukrainian experts can deliver these. This is the value of them. This is their value. Regardless of what the expertise, international expertise is, the knowledge that Ukrainian experts have are priceless. It's priceless. So if we don't speak of the support of medical staff, if we neglect that, we'll have a huge burnout level, huge burnout rate when it comes to social workers and medical staff. This burnout rate, we won't tackle it that easily. So I would ask all our international partners now, please talk with us about programs to support the first contact line experts, not just in the healthcare sector, not just the social protection, but also education, employment, economy. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we're coming to an end of this panel, coming to an end of this discussion. I do hope you got some useful information. That revolution is still there. It's going on. It's continuing, and the initiative on piloting the social workers' role and psychologists' contribution pilot, also psychological services to be established. These initiatives are ready for the scale up all around Ukraine. So I do wish you all to have a lot of inspiration to take these practices on board and work in your communities with these. So I'm grateful to our speakers for these inspiring stories. Thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you for sharing your emotions. They actually managed to transcend what they've experienced in their professional activity, and just like any other people who were challenged with that. So thank you so much. Oksana, dear panelists, thank you. It was really, really useful and so interesting. And right now we have a lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue at 2:30 p.m. We'll speak of the rehab for people with visual impairments, and bon appetit. We really want you all to return to our discussion, a very important topic. We actually gathered here for rehab of people with visual impairments, challenges and solutions. So, challenges that we are facing today due to the full-scale war. Also the steps already taken and something we do plan to have. Something the state is planning, international partners, civic society, and you know that rehab issue itself so we can see that there's definitely great cooperation between various organizations and institutions in different sectors for us to get this joint result, to recover Ukrainians in Ukraine. That's so important. War gave us so many challenges, of course, but we now have a lot of opportunities. At the same time, we can now unite and get the best world practices, adapt these in Ukraine, and we can enhance our capacity, and thus we can provide the best treatment for the patients. This is still not start. I'm just waiting for everybody to return.
Наші гості і долучаться.
I really want our guests to join the discussion. It will be a very important discussion. We really want to have a little bit more people to listen.
Можливо, варто ще там зробити ще.
Maybe another announcement should be given to people. So I guess we can start. If someone decides to join, I do hope that you're full in some good mood, so we have a lot of really interesting panels waiting for us. And the thing is, because of the war, unfortunately, we have more and more people, traumatized people, and some visual impairments because of explosive injuries, firearm injuries, and burns. A horrible figure, horrible statistics given by the NHS. Starting from February 2022 to July 2023, almost 39,000 Ukrainians, almost 39,000 people got this visual impairment diagnosis for the first time. Because of Ukrainian situation, we have catastrophic loss of staff. Can provide those services. Apart from problems, we still have some positive steps, and we will discuss these during the conversation. So I want you to engage. Vladislav Yeshchenko, Charity Fund, Let's See Victory. A round of applause. Help people with impairments here in Welcome. UNDP expert. Roman Shtogrin, Director of the Center for Integrated Rehab for Persons with Disabilities, Podillia. Natalia Sich, Head of the Rehabilitation Department at the 1st Lviv Territorial Medical Cluster, and who will moderate the conversation? Lena Ivanova, Disability and Inclusion Project Manager from UNDP Ukraine. Dear colleagues, dear participants, dear friends, we continue with this panel and we move within this rehab ocean, as we call it, in our in our ship, so we'll talk about people. We'll talk about people who get visual impairments. These were before the war, of course, but during the war, the situation is aggravated now because visual impairments these may be, let's say, autonomous or caused by other. According to the data, $19,500 people. 2022, 19,500. Within 7 months of 2023, the number actually reached the number that we had in 12 months. Just in 7 months, we got this year, 2022. So the study is supported by UNDP. So we interviewed people who got these traumas. Based on results of the study, 28% claimed that they had substantial visual impairment or complete loss of eyesight, them, their friends, or their relatives. 28% compared to other number injuries of limbs, 11% said they have the limb injuries, them or their relatives or friends. So 11 and 28. So we want to draw attention to this problem as well. They need to get proper support. We speak a lot of prosthetics and recovery, but not so much attention was paid
the right time if all the special measures are taken to provide social utility rehabilitation to the people with visual impairment, you can go back to full life and actually And I'd like to express my gratitude to the professionals, medical workers who, in due time, conducted the rehabilitation, let me attended all this. I've realized that we have very few, and we are not prepared for this amount of people with visual impairments or total visual loss. In the past, it was not in high demand, these services. There were few people in the past, and the reasons why people would lose their ability to see did not include the war. Now, because of the war, the number of people of the kind has gone up and drastically, and you've heard the statistics. And it's good that this problem is being dealt with. I'd like to express my gratitude for those who care, those who support the initiatives launched in Ukraine, and what is taking place today. And the fact that we're discussing this thing is important, but let me reiterate, unfortunately, as of today, very little is done to improve the life of anybody with visual impairments. And once the person right over here, she's been wounded and is taken to the hospital, what needs to be done is the assistance. At least let the person being able to find his or her way around and to be told what the person has got to be doing next. This information is the person looking for on his own. It's good if you live in a big city and you are supported from day A, but if it's not, if you live in a small town, you're running into a whole lot of problems. And what is currently taking place in Ukraine is we see that this topic is being discussed, and lots of measures are being developed, and we're heading for that. And we will see the victory team have written the project which is meant to drastically change the rehabilitation process of the people with visual impairments in Ukraine, and we're open. We'd like to discuss this matter. Anybody who is willing to support this very initiative is welcomed, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the colleagues who are with the First Medical Association, and it's good that the utility company it provides this type of rehabilitation services where the boys can get rehabilitated, and they can actually they're not losing any privileges that are linked to the fact that I'm sorry, I won't be able to find the right word, but I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vladislav, for sharing your experience with us. And it is true that we're here to amend the system and to make the life easier and better, and to assist those who need it, providing better quality assistance. The UNDP has supported the initiative on supporting and development of this model for the rehabilitation of the people who's lost their ability to see, and we've conducted a situation analysis, and we see that the situation is the following, that the system needs to be amended. And I would like to give the microphone to Ms. Tatiana Hrabenyuk, expert of the UNDP, who's been conducting the situation analysis, and she compared the situation in Ukraine with international standards, international practice. And please tell me, what are the results of the survey and analysis, and how come that we've decided to develop this model? What is this model? What does it include and consists of? Thank you very much for this great opportunity, and frankly speaking, there's been conducted quite a substantial survey of the rehabilitation process and the rehabilitation provided all over the world, and we've come to a conclusion that we've taken the best traditions, the best accomplishments that the foreign colleagues have accumulated, and we try to develop a model of our own of providing rehabilitational services to the people who's got visual impairments. And this is our first conclusion. The rehabilitation of people with visual impairments should be considered as a problem to be tackled from different angles. So the rehabilitation process has got to engage professionals of different specialities and professions, and it's to let restore the functional capacities of the person who's lost ability to see, and improve the quality of life, and assure the independence of the person of the kind, and the components that it consists of. I need to draw attention to the list of those rehabilitation services which we offer. They now match the international standards on rehabilitation of eye impairment. Staffing is another issue for Ukraine. This issue is an ardent one because there are very few professionals in the field to implement the process of rehabilitation of the people with eye impairment. And the list of the professionals has been submitted, those who can actually join this very process, and when we think that we want these competences be developed, the professional who provides rehab services. And another achievement of this very model is the list of important equipment, the equipment that will be used in the rehabilitation effort, depending on the rehabilitation service that the person will be served. Speaking about the main rehabilitation services, that what comes first is the optometric services. These are the services which are provided by the doctors, and the services are meant to run the full exam of the eye. We're talking about the rehabilitation which is needed, which people need, and those who have deep eye impairment need this. But at the same time, this type of rehabilitation may be needed by those who have the reduced level of ability to see with their eyes. Among the optometric services, we need to highlight the selecting of the optical correction tools. We need to train the person to use these tools it's when person can see, but the ability to see is considerably lower, and the therapy of the ability to see, which is not quite a popular thing in Ukraine. It's not part of the rehabilitation services provided within the system of the healthcare of Ukraine, but it's recognized all over the world and considered to be an important feature. Another service is psychological support, and it should be considered on two different levels. And first and foremost, we're talking about psychological support and rather in-depth psychological assistance, engaging top-level professionals who have experience in providing psychological support. And other services are physical therapy services. This is what all starts with, because further rehab services like training, finding one's way in the space and the mobility. This is what our Mr. Yeshenko has been talking about earlier today. This very service allows the person to restore his or her ability to act and be successful in his or her life and be mobile again. Another important service is ergotherapeutics. So this very service is part of the rehab services which are provided within the healthcare system, but we've got to stress that there are some aspects, and these aspects are linked to the peculiarities that the person with visual impairment has got, because each and every person has got needs of his or her own. I'm talking about the need of person being physically supported by somebody, and the home space and job space should be modified to meet the person's needs, and the compensatory processes should be fine-tuned so the person be able to continue his active work and life and actively and live full life. Another service to be mentioned is the digital skills, braille, font trainings, and braille alphabet. There are some doubts whether an adult needs to be taught in braille alphabet. And yes, you can look at this question from different angles, but we think that it's worth to look at this question not from the point of view as to when this person and when he or she can use it, but we need to help creating the person's compensatory processes for the person to be able to use the ability of touch and to use this ability not only when reading something written in braille alphabet, but in some other instances. And another important rehab support is the setting up of programs, leisure activities programs, which helps us increase the socialization of the individuals, shaping his or her ability to be part of the society and ability to go on living normal life. And another thing is that this will depend on lots of factors, and first and foremost it will depend on the needs of the very person, and it will depend on the depths of the visual impairment, and it will depend on the time when this impairment came into existence and happened. I'm talking about the period of time ever since the visual impairment occurred. Now, what age the person lost his ability to see, which also impacts the services to be provided. It's important to know whether the person has got any other impairment in addition to the visual impairment, which also impacts the rehabilitation service pattern. And it's important to know the stages, social stages of the person's life. We need to know what social stage the person is being at. Probably this is the time that the person needs to get retrained to take up a different job. For that, we may include additional rehab services into the list of the services to be provided to the person. So each and every person is unique, and from the entire list of rehab services offered, we need to take into the consideration the needs of the particular client or particular person.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Tatiana. Definitely a lot was done to describe the model. I just want to draw your attention. Okay, so the description of model for rehabilitating people with visual impairments, you can actually get it as well. It's in access. At registration desk, it's there. So this is the review of the situation for that type of rehab. The results of the study. After the session is over, we can analyze all elements of the model in details. It's a comprehensive one. But we are coming, we're moving in a way of the patient. Okay, so the conference is dedicated to innovations during the war, and the vast majority of clients coming to clinics, hospitals, well, they have certain war-related traumas. That's why they come. So let's start the way from the medical facility. What are the components of rehabilitation? What should facilities be attentive to? And then we'll talk about social institutions where there is no medical component, but more, they stress more on social aspects of rehab, and we'll come to educational eventually. That will be the path. We also have additional speaker. You don't see her now. She'll join us later. She'll tell about the other approach. So the results of one of the CSOs providing rehab to that category. So this is our path that we're going to go through. So Ms. Natalia Sich will be the first one. She's representing the First Lviv Medical Association. Ms. Natalia, tell us, please, how do you start the rehab for people at the acute stage, as we call it, when people just go directly to the medical facility? So good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to express gratitude to UNDP for the opportunity to take part in discussion of such important things, and I'm grateful for an opportunity to present a rehab project we're trying to implement within our association. So I work at the First Lviv Medical Association, providing multi-profile treatment to patients, 2 adult, 1 kids hospital, and 2 rehab centers. One of these is Unbroken Center. Thousands of patients already got their rehab support and prosthetics there, and they still do. They continue doing it. We continue doing it. So the vision of our center and the rehab project for visual impairments patients to direct a patient, ensure the final goal. So active participation of patient in integration in society, participation in social life with plans, with future. Everything one wants to do, starting from the acute period, we have to ensure this is happening. So based on our experience, mostly the visual impairment patients, these who got the complex trauma, after their limbs were amputated with any, for example, any brain damage, or let's say, so this goes in one package. We can't first do the prosthetics, then provide rehabilitation for visual impairment. So we first have to provide rehabilitation in the acute period. The multi-profile dimension gives us a chance to provide this rehab service to patients, starting with the acute period. For example, if an amputee with even stitches on, these people must be provided with rehab to adapt in those conditions they stay in. I mean the visual impairments. We ensure the adaptation of patient to the challenges one will face in everyday life, and we try to impact the society to adapt the society to patients' needs, let's say like this. So we all are at the initial stage of this rehab. We all learn. We all try to use some new knowledge right now. We're all the pioneers. Every time we have to be trained and retrained in rehab of patients with visual impairments, it's a new thing for Ukraine in that scale. So we never stop. We try to become better. So I just want to stress that our project has a couple of strategies which are aimed at ensuring that patient is independent and autonomous. We start with the acute period when it comes to these strategies. IT technology, well, we all are forced to use these electronic devices every day. Teaching the patients like how to use computers, phones, like ordinary devices, so the basic skills, the basic needs everybody has. From IT technologies to psychological support, you can see the strategy of the program. Just want to stress on this Equal to Equal program. This is a unique project, I guess, where Pavlo Kazak was participating, and it allows the patient Equal to Equal program. It proved its effectiveness when we had patients with spinal traumas. And I think that this project allows to show the patients that they're not the limitations, but it shows the opportunities, what they can achieve within some period, and it gives motivation to people. It motivates them a lot. I just want to stress also I just want to speak of the computer and laptop use. So we first interview the patients to know what their needs are. Like if they want to know how to use any mobile or electronic device. Look, this is one of our patients with visual impairments, and we have some screen access and screen reading programs. There are some combinations on the keyboard, and it actually allows to read the text aloud. Yeah. Yeah, another strategy is the spatial orientation. Okay, so people with visual impairments, they have so many difficulties that for me previously that was like a normal thing, and now I can see that tackling those obstacles, even walking the stairs, teaching the patient and his close environment on how to manage that, how to communicate with the patient, that's important. The ergotherapist is there, but we now understand that other experts must be there in the team. Tackling the obstacles, spatial orientation. If you have the stairs, for the person to understand if one is going up or down the stairs. These details are so important for the rehab, you know, so we have to ensure that the patient starts improving those skills from the acute period. In our project, we primarily mentioned the Braille font course for people with visual impairments. In the acute period, this is not effective, what we noticed. It was more effective to teach the patient. It was more effective to start with basic routine things like how to use the household appliances like microwave oven, yeah? Using stickers for the patient to understand what one is doing. Yeah, so that's how they actually teach people to use the microwave with the stickers. How to turn on some basic household appliances, you know, how to use these. Also, you can see the sensor on the screen, the sensor put on the cup, and it gives the sound when the cup is full. So there's no way that you will overpour it. That's it, yeah. So this is one of the stages that actually allows us to help people to adapt to society, to environment, and adapt the environment to patients' needs. So what I want to know that in future, another successful result for us will be an establishment of a special room where patient will be isolated and the service will be provided without contacting the others for the start. Just for the patient to understand what one feels, what one senses, what the needs are. What's important? These people must be active members of the society. They must be integrated. And we have to formulate this strategy starting from the acute period. IT technologies, yes. If people want to work in IT sector, I know that there are 2 patients, fully blind, who work in the soft serve, or some basic functions. Maybe Word, PowerPoint, software. It depends on the patient how we set the goals, if one has specific needs. And we faced some obstacles. Something that want to change and maybe correct. First, the Braille font. In acute period, it's more effective to use simpler instructions, you know, using the household appliances as an example to manage those skills. As a practitioner, I can see that there is a need to improve, of course, and amend the legislation and bylaws, to amend the diagnosis, the classifier, for those who have visual impairments. with isolated impairment, because complex rehab can be provided. We can code it based on international classifier, but isolated impairment has some nuances, and it seems to me that we need to amend and improve it. There is also a need to create a database of patients. For us to include them in the reports and to show that they have this like national route. Because if a patient, for example, comes from an acute unit, one is from Eastern region, we understand that quite often when we give 30 days of leave, we can just lose the patient. We take the phone number, we take the contact data, but we need to have this database where we trace the route of the patient, how one is moving between the hospitals, if the patient is staying at home, you know? Because later, even when we organize the rehab in community, they need this database as well. They have to trace the patient all around Ukraine. So, a lot of work in future for us to rehab those patients, routing, documenting all the stages. I do hope we'll have fruitful cooperation, and thank you. We thank you, Ms. Natalia. It's so nice to know that doctors, representatives of rehab center, you just don't push the person like out of your facility and forget. No. It's so good that you actually keep an eye on people and provide the follow-up. There is a wish to support at other stages and to motivate person for further recovery. Ms. Natalia told us of how the rehab is taking place when we speak of the acute period just after the trauma was after the trauma happened. Some services are feasible, some are not. Okay, the person leaves the facility, okay? What happens then? Roman, tell us, please. The person comes to you during the other rehab stage. Yeah, long-term rehab. It's long-term rehab. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. Well, first, I'd like to show a video like what we were doing, like as they said, from the scratch within the last 5 months, and to tell about the challenges that we faced, okay? So, in Podilya Center, we test this comprehensive model of rehabilitation for visual impairments patients. So we have 5 areas of... So the spatial orientation, this is one of the areas that we work with. For that, we have a special training ground for these people. So various urban routes are tested here as well by our patients. You can see that. People with visual impairments, they have various exercises to work with the sensors that still function properly. So we have these Braille font mastering sessions. Okay, another area, digital skills. People with visual impairments learn how to use mobile and electronic devices and special applications.
During the classes at Ergotherapics, we train people how to survive in their day-to-day lives. So during the rehabilitation, we support the person psychologically at any times. And we are supported by the UNDP and financed by the government of Japan, the Republic of Korea, and Germany. And I'd like to express my gratitude to Tatiana Grebenyuk. She's been one of the co-authors of this model that we implemented and tested. And we see that all these 5 directions are extremely important because they bring us to the objective, the rehabilitation. Any rehabilitation objective is for the person to make him or her absolutely as much independent as possible, taking into the consideration the limitations of abilities. And if we have multi-angle approach, we let the person be independent as much as he or she can. The objective of the rehab team, we also need to take into the consideration the objective that the person has got, and the person may sometimes not be able to choose. The person helps us to find the right direction to follow. That's why we listen to our clients, because one of the chief principles of rehab processes is human-centered approach. So we need to take into account the needs of the patient, of the client. Challenge number 2 that we've been facing is the time frame. You need to start early rehabilitation right after the acute period and be right by the person, because this social rehabilitation may last for quite a lengthy period of time. And finding your way around the city, walking with a walking cane, get out from your place and go grocery shopping, it takes a lot of effort. Sometimes you need to train for several months or even years. You need to learn living skills. It takes classes over a very lengthy period of time. The rehabilitation is a lengthy effort we all learn through our life. And if somebody has lost his or her ability to see, the person also learns things as long as he or she lives. And there are some priorities. The set of priorities. Number 1 is to find your way around the place and be mobile, because this is the basic. So the person should overcome the fear of leaving one's own place, and we are aware that the overwhelming majority of people with visual impairments are locked in their homes, and they want to be locked in their homes. And once they are out from their places, this is a great achievement. People have been talking about the material and the equipment and everything. That's why we need to concentrate our attention on this as well. Another important challenge are training of professionals, and the training programs doesn't have that training of ergotherapists and physical therapists, the ones who will work with the people with visual impairments. And the most important conclusion that we have following the 5 months of work is that this rehabilitation model is the basis using which we need to continue to move on, because then you need to retrain the person. You need to find a place for the person to work and help the person to get settled in the workplace. And the very last thing I'd like to tell you, we have a former combatant who's attending our classes, and he's been now traveling on his own from his place. And we asked him to go to his previous employer to ask how things were. When he traveled to his previous employment place, everybody enjoyed being him around. He couldn't see now at all, but everybody was asking him, how did you manage to get from your place to the workplace? And he said, I could do it. I can do it now. And now the person is independent. So he was offered a job that he could do within the framework of that big organization that he used to be employed with. But the only requirements is that you need to know the computer, you need to be able to work with the databases, so that you'll be able to stay in touch with your colleagues, so that you do the task, perform the tasks. And the thing is that computer skills takes a lot of time, not 1 or 2 months of classes. This is a lengthy story, can last for 6 years, up to 1 year, for the person to be able to work with computer in IT, to be further employed. So our objective is for the person to be able to get around the city, be a member of the society, get a job, and be as much independent as he or she can. Thank you very much, Roman. Thank you very much. You are smoothly taking us to the next panel discussion, the rehabilitation, how to rehabilitate the person to be employed and to be productive. Now, we are now see this person live in the medical facility. Person has been serviced with social services educational system. Evgenia, will you be so kind to tell us about your vision? What is the educational system role in supporting the people with visual impairments? First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you. We're here because of you, Mr. Vladislav. Thank you very much for having protected us, and thank you for having supported us. Thank you for what you've been doing. And speaking about rehabilitation efforts, I'd like to single out a vector. On one hand, I guess it's I'm from the education. It's more about education and training and learning. And I would like to express my gratitude to you for the fact that at medical institutions you are providing these important components, social and day-to-day orientation, finding your way around. There are special educational institutions. Some of these children who attended can't see ever since they were born, and some other, and they attend those special schools and they have their high school diplomas. We have different capacities and capabilities, and adjacent with the help of two small line in Lviv and school and special high school number 5 in Kyiv, we are piloting the service of spatial orientation, finding your way around the city, braille, font, and alphabet. This is for the veterans, for the ex-combatants who are stable now, who can study new skills and go deeper in their skills, because training is never enough. And Roman, you've been right saying that mastering a skill doesn't take a day or two, not even 2 or 3 weeks. Sometimes mastering a skill takes more time, sometimes it's less time, but we need to respect our diversity, our individual learning trajectory of each and every one of us, and we need to keep it, and we need to give the knowledge step by step, as if you put beat after beat onto the string to make the necklace. And it's so much. I'm so much pleased that I'm along with the people who are on the same page with me, on the same wavelength with me, and we are spread all over Ukraine geographically, but we're here today, and ahead of us we got a big journey to travel. The war is not over yet, and in addition to the combatants whose vision is damaged because of the war, we need to say that we have lots of civilians who lose their ability to see with their own eyes, and this service in training, braille, alphabet, GPS navigation, finding a way around, ability to read protruding images is something that will be needed, and the country will need this, and we need more professionals who will be able to be providing trainings and classes, training other people, and those who need it. So thank you very much. There are different institutions who may help, and these institutions have their own role, and each institution has got a set of its functions, starting with the need to rebuild the person back to the normal, the person who's got a set of injuries, and the willingness to bring the person back to his day-to-day activities like cooking food or making a cup of tea. And these are the basic service skills that are trained, and you also train people to use computer, and thus become an independent and being able to sustain in his or her life. And there are people who cannot see, but they don't go to hospitals. So educational system is a very important component in rehabilitation. And to wrap up, I'd like to give the microphone to one of the participants, Alessia Perepechenko. She has joined our panel slide right after we started, when we were running the survey. And among those few people who've been through the rehabilitation process, we've mentioned the non-governmental organization The Modern View. Lesia represents this сучасний погляд, or The Modern View in English NGO, and she represents the initiative that are rehabilitation camps. A very important component of the rehabilitation is the leisure time or entertainment, which is a psychological component, and probably you might have seen, you've paid attention to in the video that we have watched about the Podilya Center. We've seen people playing a ball game. On one hand, this is just a game, but on the other hand, it's in the video. This is psychological unloading of getting rid of your emotions. So the camps had a double purpose. On one hand, they have double purpose. On one hand, people have ability to socialize and to be back on track with the help of the professionals, and on the other hand, they can spend leisure time there beyond the conditions, beyond, in addition to their day-to-day therapy or work. Thus, they can exist and have fun. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Olesia Perepechenko, and I'm Executive Director of the Modern View non-governmental association, the rehabilitation of the people with vision impairment, partial visual impairment, and full impairment. I've been doing it since 2010, and since 2019, the NGO, our NGO, following the initiative by Alexandra Teleshenko, Valery Sushkevich, offered me write a program and start working with the ex-combatants who've lost their ability to see. And ever since, it's the 5th year in a row, we keep on working, improving our program, and we keep on supporting those boys, ex-combatants who are fighting for us, and we're dearly thanking them for the peaceful sky above our heads. We've had more than 30 people going through our rehabilitation effort, and this is just the initial figure, but the rehabilitation has got many stages, and that's why our ex-combatants join us from time to time when they have gone through certain stages of rehabilitation, and they are joining us during their further steps, because the program gets better every time, and every time it's modified to suit the needs of the participants. We are about to invite, recently there was an ex-combatant whose both arms and legs got amputated, and he works with our ergotherapists, and he attends physical therapy classes, and you might have seen it on the internet because this video has got millions of views. And the model of our rehabilitation, which you can see on the website, on our website, please visit our website. We've got a YouTube channel. We also have a lot of short videos on our YouTube channel, and our rehabilitation pattern is shown. You can see all of its stages. We start with the supporting of the ex-combatants at the hospitals, both civil and military, and it goes with our providing them with technical tools of rehabilitation, and my colleagues have shown it to you, and the dispensers of the liquid dispensers, so the person can have a cup of tea and not splashing everything over the table.
So providing these walking sticks since the very first days when guys are in the hospital. So our organization supports patients in hospitals, and we continue supporting them after that. So after after rehab complex and after they stay in our camp, so we provide this continuous follow-up for the veterans. And our mobile multidisciplinary teams, they go to veterans' homes and they work there in the places where people live for them to make it convenient. So quite often there is a situation when the veteran is trained to orient in space in the place where one stays, rehab center, but one is like doesn't feel okay to go outside and do it elsewhere. So when we start learning some new routes, we talk to a person, talk to relatives, family members, you know, of a veteran. Step by step, this process, it progresses, you know, it goes faster. So I really invite you all to check the rehab model that we present on our website. Modern Vision, Civic Union, it's there. So many practices we present for experts, for practitioners, also the physical rehab curricula, social, psychological rehab, social rehab, spatial orientation, and so on. And I came here today from another camp that we had, another camp session, a rehab camp session we have in Rivne city. By the way, where we're located, we are everywhere. So we pick a convenient location and we rent a space for our rehab camp. So we don't just adapt a location. So for us, it can be a place for veterans of visual impairments. First, we start with some outskirts of cities and towns. Second stage, it's like small town, but not that big city like Kyiv, where people can do it slower, where they can feel better, calmer, so they have first a calm environment, and only after that, veterans move to other stage. Now, at 9 a.m., our veterans leave the hotel, and they have this session by 6 p.m. They only return to hotel for like lunch. When a person goes out of the hotel, so they're like a massage session, gym, digital skill session, whatever, based on schedule. So that's how we speak. Well, we speak of the independence and autonomy, and this is the autonomy, personal autonomy. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you so much. Definitely, colleagues, a lot of work is done by the team, the rehab camp team, but let's just agree that existence of these programs, which are short terms, and the respondents told us they were so satisfied with it, but everyone said it's too short, you know, because it's funded at the expense of charity money. But it's not a proper thing to do because the system must be there and the country must be functional. That's why we raised that issue today, to make the system functional. For the rehab to be possible at every stage, for the person starting from the healthcare facility and in educational institutions and social institutions, that's very important. So we really want to continue the revolution that Minister mentioned, the revolution in the rehab system. We really want this element of rehab for people with visual impairments to become one of the important components of this revolutionary path that we pave. Okay, dear panelists, I'm so grateful for your experience. I'm so grateful for your inspiration and enthusiasm. Thank you for investing so much in this and making this real. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for the stories, and thank you for making our dreams come true, putting these ideas into practice. It's so great to see those steps. You spoke very, very correctly that it's really important to function as a system. But in Ukraine, it happens so that first the CSO and the partners show with their initiatives how it should be and how it works, and then the state, grabs it on board. And I guess that thanks to this conference, definitely we can give more and more guidelines for the state to actually grab it and hold it tighter. So we have another small coffee break right now by 4 p.m. and then we will finalize the conference with the last panel discussion. The panel will actually tell us about the post-rehab productive activity. So, please, no delays. We really want you to return at 4 p.m. your colleagues, with your teas and coffees outside. I want you to return.
Ще трішки розумію.
Just a little bit. I understand that this is the last part of the conference. You have you're digesting a lot of information today. Trust me.
Реабілітації
It's so important that after the rehab stage, when a person is treated with all the surgical intervention taking place, with maximum recovery, it's of course important to finalize this rehab process with employment, to provide employment opportunities for the person, to provide for the family. That's what we're going to discuss right now. I do want you to take your seats. Okay, you'll tell me when I can start. So we can. Great. That is fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so professional retraining system, how to organize it and how to provide decent wages and jobs for people with visual impairments. This is really an important component of rehab process. So people with visual impairments, those who are under rehab, they tell that it's so important later to be employed, to have a chance to be employed, to make money, to provide for the families. Again, these are the results of the UNDP report, Rehabilitation of People with Visual Impairments, Analysis of the Situation. It's quite a fresh study, so we will actually talk about this at the panel discussion. And I really want the panelists to come. Tetiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, you're so welcome. A round of applause. Vitaly Muzichenko, Chairman of the Fund for Social Protection of People with Disabilities. And, you're welcome. Olena Dolina, Head of the Vinnytsia Regional Clinical Rehab Center. Psychoneurological Hospital, named after academician Yushchenko, and Dmitro Lufer, advisor to the Prime Minister, will moderate us today, please. Greetings to everyone. I'm so pleased that we finalize this event with what we've started, actually. Because at the first panel we had a talk on, we mentioned that rehabilitation is not a process for the sake of process. There must be a final goal. And this final goal is to help the person to recover the maximum restoration in those conditions, and providing certain level of autonomy for a person, the adequate level of autonomy. This autonomy, it's not just about doing some basic stuff for yourselves. It's about economic empowerment and independence. It's that you can be employed. It's not that you're just a tool for money making, but it's about socialization. Job is a tool to socialize as well. It allows us to communicate, to have some social interactions, establish a goal, achieve a goal, feel that you're giving some benefit to others and interacting with these people. So my first question is to Tetiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy. What are the plans? What is the ministry planning to do? How shall you ensure this connection? How to ensure that after rehab people get their jobs? Because not always that's so easy to integrate them in the labor market, some limitations when it comes to employment. What are your plans and what's happening now? Good afternoon. Thank you, Dmitro. I'm so happy to represent the Ministry of Economy at this important event today. I'll tell about specific steps the ministry is taking. But before that, I'd like to start with an interesting story that I was amazed with. Olga Rudneva, director of Superhuman Center, told it. It was about one of our veterans, a man with 2 lower limbs amputated. He was a patient of the center. And it's quite surprising, but he demonstrated some very fast results. Like, he really wanted to return to normal life as fast as he could. he did better than so many other patients. He was getting some great results. And Olha asked him, like, tell me, please, just share. What's the secret? Like, why is that happening? He says, my wife now is on her 6th month of pregnancy. I really want a photo where I am bringing my child out of the maternity ward and I'm holding my child in my hands. And this motivates me to recover and rehab. So I fully agree with you, Dmitro, that rehab should have a goal. If the goal may be that I mentioned from the story, or a goal meaning that a person wants to, or the person becomes, again, a subject at a labor market, yes, a participant of the labor market, become an entrepreneur, getting new skills, becoming a hired employee, I think that this goal is quite effective. Itself, it's a great rehab, per se. We in the ministry understand this, and the figures, you know all that, and for so many times, you've mentioned this at the event, due to full-scale invasion, now beyond Ukraine, we have 6.2 million of people. These left. We will have, we feel, well, based on our previous estimates, we will, there will be a need in 4.5 million of additional labor force, working age people, for our economy to recover within 10 years, at least 7% annually. For us to ensure that type of recovery, we need to do everything to ensure fast integration of our people into labor market and increase their productivity. According to ILO estimates, the global economy annually loses $1 trillion just because of the low productivity of people at the workplace, for example, related to mental health issues, yeah? And in general, 12 million days per year are non-productive because mental health issues, mental disorders. What am I saying? We're doing this in the ministry now. We have to provide the range of solutions to help Ukrainians, to help our human capital to be as effective as they can be and productive. And when we speak of the human capital, I mentioned this at all events where I've been. It's not just about figures, yeah? We need 4.5 million of people, 6.2 people left. No, human capital is not just figures. It's not mathematics. It's the condition. It's your mental state. It's your welfare, physical abilities, skills, experience, and your health. And when we take this as the key idea, the government actually designed certain programs with this idea. So I want to share this solution with you that will definitely help people with disabilities to return to their workplaces faster. Employers will integrate them faster in the labor market. On this slide, it says the draft decree of the cabinet, but after so many consultations with also our panelists, we finally adopted this decree on August 20th, 2023. It has come into effect. We have the first results. What's the key idea? This decree gives a tool. Employers are physically equipping the workplaces for people with disabilities. They can get a compensation from the state for the equipment of such a workplace. And what I can tell you instantly, I use all the platforms and events to find stakeholders to cooperate, to ensure that our solutions are implemented faster and better. The program only started functioning. It will continue, the implementation will continue in 2024. I'm not afraid to say this because this will be my call for cooperation to you. Disseminate the information about it. We've equipped only 21 workplaces, but in the budget, we had much more money for it, 1 million hryvnias. But we want, in 2024, this program to become truly popular. We will try to articulate it. What's the program is about? What is the key concept of the program? And can we have the clicker? Yeah, that would be so good. Nice. So, As I told you, we speak of the compensation of actual expenses for equipping the workplace for people with disabilities, first or second type. We understand that this is the concept that will change and adapt because we try to get rid of these classifications. But so far, well, as of now, we have these rules and requirements. The person must be insured.
This means that the person should have at least one day paid the unified social installment, and this compensation is given by the local employing office, and the employer buys additional auxiliary means to equip the job place of this person. What are the auxiliary tools? As you can see on the screen. So all these means and measures are written. Furniture, first and foremost, we, following the results and our discussions with the employers, we know that what's in demand, like simple things, but like special toilet rails that are mounted at lavatories. So if this lavatory is not specially designed, no person with disabilities can access them. Different elevators and lifts that may help the wheelchair person to move around, special braille keyboard, and everything else that's in the list, all other additional supportive tools and instruments. You'd like to learn about the compensation, and I have a proposal for our donors, and the amounts of money is not that great. You will not be installing an elevator at this expenses, but speaking about different rails and small things, 100,000 of Ukrainian hryvnias to equip the place of work for the first category disabled person is not small amount of money, and the employer can use this compensation to set up so the number of job stations for impaired people is not limited. So this can be 10 compensations, 100,000 hryvnias each, and 76,000 people for a second category disabled person. So these are the figures that are based on the minimal salary as of 2023 figure. 2024, the amounts will go up because the minimal salary will be not 6,700 but 8,100 of Ukrainian hryvnia starting April next year. The sources of financing. The unemployment fund is the source for this, and this year we have 170 million hryvnias earmarked to equip 1,500 jobs places. We haven't exhausted the budget, but next year this budget amount will increase. How come that there's some still money left? And number one is that is because I said it at the very beginning, the most important thing is that we want all the application be submitted through the DIA platform, and once this technical solution is ready, everything will be smooth and fast. And number two, the communication. No matter how hard we try to communicate through the employment centers, we need to take aboard non-governmental organizations who will become our ambassadors, who will be spreading the word that the Ministry of Economy has this opportunity and it's all functionable. And our KPIs say that these specially designed jobs for impaired people, their number grow. So please spread this information. And number three, there was a problem of approving of the status of the taxpayer debt. We lifted it, and over the initial months, we have 21 job places for impaired people set up. I think this program will get even more popular in the months to come. What's got to be done? It's got to be done in this manner. You have to employ the impaired person with a disability, set up the job space. You need to procure special furniture, special rails for the lavatory, and once everything is acquired, you need to submit an application on paper or digitally. And I hope soon everything will be. You can use this through the DIA platform or through the website of the job service, employment service. And you also have to add the copies of the documents. The documents are not big in numbers, the documents that prove the employment and the proof that you've purchased furniture and additional equipment for the lavatory, for example. So there should be safeguards in order to avoid the abusing of this program, because the money comes from the state budget. And on the screen you see all the abuses. There shouldn't be tax debt on the part of the employer. The person should be insured at least once in his or her life. She's paid this payment, and compensation for the very person cannot be paid to the previous employer. So if this compensation was about the job place of the previous employer, the person with a disability quit and got re-employed, you cannot use this money, and this should be a new job place, because for 3 months, 108 days, this person shouldn't have any job agreement. And speaking about the sanctions, and so this employer shouldn't be active in the territory of the Russian Federation, the Republic of Belarus. So this is how the program will be implemented, and I think that you'll find it more interesting if I'm sharing with you the means. This is the final thing I'd like to tell you about, what the means are. And the list of auxiliary means that have already been acquired and its price has been compensated. Special furniture for jobs where people have got some spinal problems, adjustable back of the chair, computers which have special protection thing to protect the eyes of the people with impaired vision, specialized furniture, earphones and microphones for the people with impaired hearing aid. And this is a bookkeeper, elementary school teacher, administrator, trade manager, driver, and the blacksmith. So we have the job classificators, and you can compensate the money according to the job classificator. We hope that this program will be of good use to the people with disabilities to be integrated into the labor market, and we think that their employment is their ultimate objective for rehabilitation, thus speeding up the very process of rehabilitation. I started with the thing that we are currently at the situation that we, as the state, we've got to support as much as we can to our citizens to reveal their talents and capacities when the opportunities are limited. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana. And Vitaly Muzichenko from the Fund of Social Protection of People with Disabilities. And does your fund participate in these processes or other employment processes, assistive technologies, and so on and so forth? What are your priorities for now, for the year to come? Thank you very much. Dmitry, well, greetings to everyone, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers for having organized and for having invited our institutions. And I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for you having this great opportunity to be with us here today. And you've got an opportunity to be engaged into this final panel of today. This is quite an important issue when we summarize what we'd like to obtain once all the measures are implemented. And the final figures that we have in the context of responding on the part of the state to satisfy the needs of the people with disabilities, people who've suffered because of the war, and like providing them with some auxiliary rehabilitation means and tools. There are some figures, it's billions of hryvnias, unfortunately. Last year, there were spent 1.8 billion of hryvnias to buy some auxiliary stuff. This year we're approaching 3 billion of Ukrainian hryvnias worth of the auxiliary equipment, and next year, with the support of Ministry of Finance and the Parliament of Ukraine, we are going to, the figure will be more than 4 billion of Ukrainian hryvnias. On one hand, these are horrible figures telling that there's a huge need, but on the other hand, we see that the state is responding, trying to fill in this need and this gap. And building up of the rehabilitation process, the allocating and earmarking the money to cover the needs of the people so that the people can recover and go back to normal life as soon as possible means that we have all the capacity to create the prerequisites to fully re-socialize people with disabilities, those whose injuries occurred because of the war, and now we can bring back these people to the active labor market. And Tatiana has already described the needs, and today the needs are measured in millions of millions of working hands, and millions of we need to satisfy the productive employment of the population. These are prerequisites for the recovery of the economy, without which our recovery of social economical processes in our society are impossible. And our system that functions and secures the right of the people with disabilities for employment, it's kind of repressive, I would put it this way, and as of today it is governed the way the state defines certain obligations for the employers to fulfill, and these these obligations are not equal for all the employers. Private sector bears the greatest chunk of these obligations, unlike the state sector, state-owned enterprises, and there are some figures. So going back to certain figures for you to understand the process, as of today, the Fund of Protection of People with Disabilities is the institution that ensures the analysis of the achievement or implementing by the employers of the requirement, the quota requirement written in the law to employ people with disabilities, and sanctioning those employers who fail to secure the quota. And following the results during this year, we've analyzed and we've collected information of more than 100,000 of employers all over Ukraine who have submitted tax documents paying to the unified social installment. We cover the entire labor market, white or legal labor market existing in Ukraine now, and we say that more than 3/4 of the employers, more than 75,000, do stick to the fulfillment of the quota. They employ people with disabilities, and we, the state, find no faults with these employers. But at the same time, there are about 25,000 of employers who have not fulfilled who haven't completed these prerequisites. So these are the figures that we have as of today. However, I would like to look at this problem from the angle of analyzing the position and the needs of the three parties: the state, the employer, and the worker, the person with disability. Today's system says that the state sets certain rules and makes the employer follow these rules, not helping the latter. So these projects which are implemented are the tools which are helping the employer, but not fully covers his or her needs to support this very process. That's why we're saying that we, the state, we have to create the preconditions to get a motivated person with disability who'd like to be rehabilitated, which is important, who'd like to bring all his functionality back, and who'd like to go back to the active part of life, to the social relations, and the top level of socialization of the person is the ability to get a job and to self-fulfill oneself working a job. So that the change of the paradigm means that there's a reason, and there's a cause and there's a reason. So we need to create and we need to change the process of the very rehabilitation, the process of the very assessment of the individual and his or her functional abilities, and create the conditions for the person of the kind to be able to get employed and fulfill oneself. So these legislative initiatives have been prepared, and they have been discussed in the first reading at the Parliament. Currently, the legislative initiatives are being prepared for the second round of reading. We hope that in the upcoming year we will go over to the totally different system that foresees the changes of the paradigm of the relations.
Nobody says that the quoting system is irrelevant. We don't. So the majority of European states, they use the principle of establishing the quotas for employment for the specific categories of population, including people with disabilities or people with functional limitations. And this is the mechanism that we will keep, in Ukraine as well. It will be there. But currently, the percentage that we have, like 4% of the total staff, it looks adequate in the format when we speak about the potential capacity for employment of people with disabilities, but we have to create an even load and providing requirements not only to private sector, those employers working in the real sector economy, but in fact to all employers, state-owned sector, local self-governance bodies, because I really like the figures and high-quality indicators on implementation of this decree, the first months. So it tells that there is a request and demand for high-qualified labor force. So the support that, it's not who got the support, teachers, accountants, but not the blue collars. Those people who need to get some conditions for retraining, certain advancement, and to get some positions at the labor market. I speak of the qualified category, qualified labor force. We have to support people not only with motivational processes, but when we create preconditions and environment for them to get the job and get employed. Active programs for retraining, adaptation, requalification, adapting those people who were in one status yesterday to adapt them to another environment, because now they have different functional status now. So these are important things. Coming back to the programs implemented by the fund, so we pay for training for people with disabilities, kids with disabilities. More than 1,000 people with disabilities as of now are students of higher educational establishments at the expense of our fund, and it gives a chance them later to become candidates, and they can just move freely within the labor market. So we speak about the change of the system as well, and how can we ensure the shift of the expertise and changing the conditions. Only then we can forecast and ensure adaptation of people in new status and it's one's active position responding to the labor market needs, the current ones. Thank you. Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you so much. And when we speak of that process, integrating a person in the labor environment, I would step back again and ask you, the multidisciplinary rehab team, how can this team prepare the person to that? Okay? If the team is thinking of future employment of the patient, how one is thinking, how is that used in the process of rehabilitation? And I know well how it's happening in Germany because they have a planning system. They have this planning system, so they plan the employment, plan the distribution of jobs. There's a very bright case with kids with disabilities. When a kid is still in school, you know, like high schooler, for example, and they already plan in the community certain like jobs. The rehab expert knows what the job will be, like the workplace, a lot of approvals, the employment services. It's like a whole integrated big process even before the person even becomes a candidate, you know? So, hi. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm so happy that we are in such a serious company today on the stage. It's good. It's a chance to open the dialogue because we are at initial stage. Yes, you spoke of Germany. They have some good experience in how to implement professional rehab approaches. They have certain tools. We still have to develop this here. So do we think inside the rehab center about employment of our patients? Not always. That's the answer. Maybe it's not expected, but I try to be sincere. So we talk to people. We ask, what do you want now? And sometimes when a person gets to the rehab center for the first time, a person may close basic needs, cover basic needs, health needs, not even thinking about professional rehab. In future, when someone returns to us, and some patients during the first contact, well, they may start planning where they will return if they go back to their workplaces or they need to be retrained. Sometimes it's a long psychological process, And psychologists help us with that. They are heavily engaged because sometimes people need time to accept new body, new image, to restore the resources. I'm not even mentioning some mental resources. I mean the resources the person had before the trauma, or there was some critical health condition changing the functionality, and the life itself changed drastically. So the person needs time to accept the fact and reinvent oneself. Sometimes our goals during the contact may be different. It's not specific for Ukraine because I analyzed statistics. The employment of people with disabilities abroad, well, only 21% in America, the US. And out of that 21% in the US, where they have the rehab system, professional rehab system, only half of these will be employees of the state institutions and agencies. The half will be self-employed. And 1/3 of them, approximately, will be partially employed. So honestly, our key task for the rehab is to optimize the functioning, but this is the very first step that allows a person later to plan the employment, the future. It's tightly connected. But I just want to talk to representatives of state agencies now. In the rehab process, we always learn to set achievable goals. Employing 100% of people with functional problems and disabilities, this is a fantastic goal. It's something we will never reach. But we understand that there are some real forecasts, and we can move slowly but steadily to some good indicators, and maybe even better than in the US. Who knows? But still, we have to accumulate the practices that we have abroad, those who are doing it effectively, supporting those who will never be able, unfortunately, to return to employment, to their jobs, and give maximum opportunities to those who can do it, who still can return. In rehab center where I work, we have so many success stories when people were returning to work. Many of these, they returned to work that they previously had, but we have even cases when people found some new resources, managed to find some new vision of the future. We have a veteran, for example, who worked at Nova Posta delivery service, a manager. He required a lot of physical activity, like he was moving a lot between the centers, he was coordinating logistics. He couldn't perform specific tasks after a spinal trauma. Now he has his land plot. He's owner of the land plot, and he started doing some agricultural business. And we have an organization that helped him to design a concept of business, how to engage people, the business model, what resources he needs, and so on. He talked to donors, and yeah, we actually have those cases in Vinnytsia region because we have so many different programs supporting various categories of society, like veterans, and supporting the veterans' businesses when there's different functionality status. One cannot go back to previous job, but there is a lot of inspiration to work, actually, to be active, to build the future, to even create jobs for other people, let's say. In the team, we have so many experts. At the level of facility, they provide some interventions and helping people to become closer to employment. One of important rehab experts who will be engaged is the ergotherapist. And ergotherapists can actually engage patients in some activities to understand better how we need to understand now how the person thinks. So what is the goal that person is setting? If the person wants to return, what exactly the person needs, like what kind of resources, what treatment? Globally, they practice various tools, like one of the questionnaires based on one of the functional classifiers. This questionnaire actually helps state agencies more, those which are engaged in employment of people with functional problems. It helps them to plan the number of jobs that demand at labor market and the abilities to perform some tasks to pick the best type of job for the person with functional problems. It's used differently in the world, and all states pick their own way, so we are at the crossroads, basically. And we have a unique opportunity to discover many new interesting things to pick the best way for our people to ensure their employment. Thank you, Lena. So upon the occasion, when one person couldn't manage to get to us, so I'll ask some more questions. So coming back to what Tatiana said, multidisciplinary teams and their role. Can the team and its members help the patient to pick something one will need at the workplace? I understand that if someone comes, a person with disability comes to employer, they even negotiated that, and the employer is ready. They heard about this Ministry of Economy program, compensations. But when the question is, what do you need? Can the team actually help with this? Like, what do I need as a person with disability to perform the duties? Yeah. There is such a practice in the world when so many ergotherapists, they go to a workplace directly, they assess the working environment and the needs that may arise. For a future employee, it's the best option. But even now, we don't have a chance to make these visits. Our patients are from different regions. They lost their housing. Sometimes it's not solved at the level of facility, but we stay in touch with people who got the rehab services. Yeah, we know what happens to them later. Yes, they talk to us, but even now, we consult them in a remote format while they stay in the facility. So when it comes to employment, we talk to them, like talk how the workplace should be equipped, what are the processes, what are the tasks, what are the challenges, how can we eliminate these, what are the barriers, how can we mitigate that? Does the person need any rehab assistive means or something? There's an individual plan, a big document created by the team. In future, when we prepare the patient for discharge, we mention that certain means are necessary for the working process or some additional interventions. If we have contacts, we provide the contacts. Quite often, we contact with various CSOs, like the Veteran Space, Veteran Hub. They have certain resources, and they can help with employment. Thank you. Tatiana, if we speak about the employment per se and the employment service, SES, if they are ready to work with people, we have more and more of those people, yeah? People with disabilities, with certain limitations, are they ready? Okay, a person always tries to return to the workplace where one worked because there's a habit. Sometimes due to limitations, it's impossible. And then we start talking about career guidance and then employment. SES, are they ready for it? Can we say that the state is doing something and, welcomes people. So it's a good question. Thank you, Dmitro. I'll split it into two parts. First, the competences of SES. They interact people with disabilities, with veterans who will return to workplaces. Secondly, the opportunities to get some new knowledge and to change your career trajectory, because there are new challenges in the labor market. The first part of the question. We understand that there is a need, and the personnel of SES is being trained with various international donors, like the Israeli Trauma Coalition, career advisors training on how to interact with this category of people.
With the ex-combatants who visit the state employment service, we want the trainings of the kind for the staff of the employment centers cover different topics. We negotiate with different partners to train the staff to act correctly. The question number two. Well, the lifelong learning is the concept we need to get used to, because things will never be the way they used to be in the past. When a person graduates from university, gets employed, and works in that place until the end of his or her life. And now we need to reskill, we need to upskill, we need to get new knowledge and skills. So the State Employment Service and the Ministry of Economy suggesting several tools. And one of the most popular programs this year is the voucher program, when people can get a voucher for learning for 27,000 hryvnias to pay for the upskilling course. Ex-combatants, IDPs, people with disability, 45 plus people can apply for this program, and more than 18,000 vouchers have been given for 23 professions. The list of the educational institutions that can provide these services are displayed on the website of the Ministry of Education. People can get trained or upskilled or retrained. Professional vocational schools. All the unemployed people can, free of charge, and ex-combatant of both genders can attend those classes. There are 11 of them. Some of these centers got shut down, but you can get new jobs in 465 programs. If you're unemployed and you're registered with an unemployment center, you can be trained free of charge. Sometimes the training lasts from 3 to 6 months. So we are aware that currently we don't have the luxury of retraining people in lengthy classes. We need new people with new skills as soon as possible. In addition to this, the Ministry of Economy also partner with different programs, international organizations, to train and to uptrain people. One of the most recent projects is the trainings for women, IDP women. And these can be disabled people who are IDPs at the same time, and they attend Projector School, which is a cutting-edge school. You might have heard about it, seen it on the big boards. It teaches you in creative industry and IT, and teaches you in design. So these are highly paid professions if you get one. And a person can work remotely from home. And in the nearest future, we hope that we will roll out a collaboration with Stanford University, and our entrepreneurs, those who will be able to submit their applications, can get retrained there. We're not only talking about vouchers, we're talking about the retraining market and upskilling market is wide, and there's so many people need these services that we partner with great pleasure with different educational institutions for the Ukrainians to be able to get new skills and knowledge. So follow the updates from the Ministry of Economy. As a rule, I always repost the more new capacities and opportunities, which there are a great number. We hope that the Ukrainians will use those great opportunities to improve their skills and knowledge. Thank you very much. I think you're on the right track. You're doing the right thing, even if some effort of the state are not visible, it doesn't mean that it's not there. Let the system gain the full speed and concentrate the effort, the amount of effort to be seen, and you will see the result. And Vitaly, you've been speaking about the draft law, and unfortunately, I know partially this draft of law because it's a big document, but still, I'm so proud of the people from the Ministry of Social Policy and who participate in this. You've been saying that the Fund of Social Protection is a punishing entity because it traces those who violate abuses and comes and punishes those abusing. But give us a few words what the Fund of Social Protection of the future will be, because people are talking about this fund, disabled people, and they hope that this fund will become a social protection mean and not the mean of punishing of somebody who's failed to, who's abusing or failed to violate the rules. So what will it look like? Well, we're not going anywhere. We're using digitalized tools. The figures move, but the fund punishes. Yes, we are observing each and every employer. The big brother's watching, and we are using the infrastructure of different legislative entities, the tax authority, the retirement fund, to decrease the amount of the reporting the employers have to produce. But the fund, on one hand, controls the implementation of the normatives, the assessment, and the prosecuting those employers who, because of different reasons, have failed to employ the people according to the quota. On the other hand, we implemented a program for the social support to support the people with disabilities. We administered the auxiliary rehabilitation means program. We help train people with disabilities. A lot of stuff in this picture, a lot of elements in this mosaic are missing. The social services are missing. So if we're talking about the person with disability who's lost a limb, or who got a different injury which caused him or her regarded as a person with disability, we've got a psycho-emotional story of the person, so the person lives currently in a different reality, ambient. Or when the person for the very first time has got to the labor market, either return or to go there for the first time. So we're waiting for the person to be proactive, so the person gets up and goes to the employment center, so he or she knows the procedure, that he or she's got to do something, and in most of the cases it doesn't work like this. So you need to be changing the entire process, make it more proactive, engage in multidisciplinary teams, engage in the employment center proactively, not when you're responding to the person's request. And our next step is that the information should be going around, not the person. So that's why we are developing three-party exchange in between the retirement fund, the Retirement People Protection Fund, and the tax to create that library of the people with disabilities. So the people who can actually be employed, the list of those people. We're not talking about the fact that all of them will be employed. This is not possible. But as of now, we can say that the things during the war have gotten worse. And if, for example, before the full-scale invasion, more than 460,000 people with disability had been employed, according to the official statistics. Currently, the figure is slightly more than 400,000. So definitely, some people have left for different countries. Some employers cannot work because they are either in the temporarily occupied territory or close to the combat action zone. But we are saying that the current figures say that about 15 to 16% of the people with disabilities are employed. And well, speaking about the U.S. experience or other European countries, the figure is 40+%. So we do have a lot of potentials of employing people with disabilities, yes. We need to employ the people, and it takes a lot of effort to employ people with different limitations of their functionality, but according to the old classification and the current classification, we've got more than 60% the people are people of the third category, and potentially they can be employed under certain circumstances. Here we say that we need to improve their skills, we need to train them, we need to support the process of upskilling, and the social services are needed not only for the people but for the employers, not only and assistance support at the workplace. We say that as of today, we, the state, need to switch to making the demand for to hire a person with disability. It's not the state institution, the employment center, who's got a certain regulations to follow, but any other subject on the market of employment, private agencies, private employment agencies need to have to get a request from the state to fulfill certain amount of work, in particular to find a job, employment for a person with disability. And then we say that only within the concept of creating an effective rehabilitation process, adequate assessment of capacity of the people to be employed, and the setting up of the system of tools for the person and for the employer, only then we will improve the figures several-fold. And going back to the punishing responsibility, the employer needs to have a choice. Not all the employers can fulfill this requirement. There are different stories, and each job, each working place is a unique one, depending on it depends on the infrastructure, the barrier-free access, the very technology process varies from job to job. So the employer who has an opportunity to fulfill this requirement, even deliver more than he or she is asked for, he or she needs to have an opportunity to do so. And if you're an employer, you cannot or you don't want to, you need to pay a certain installment. And just like unified social installment, it should be accumulated at a special fund and be the source of supporting of those employers who want to employ people with disabilities. From that fund, the certain specialists will be paid, and this money will be used to improve the job places and help people with flats. And a person starts thinking about working if he or she can leave her own flat, get out from his place, and if the person doesn't want to leave her place, speaking about the job is nonsense, and we need to change the paradigm. And definitely the draft law that we've been discussing here is quite difficult to understand. It changes the approaches of the support and the implementation of certain tools. It will need to be processed, supported by many sub-laws to be implemented by. This is the path that we have to be walking. There's no other alternative because of the conditions that we are in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vitaly, and I hope that this has been quite interesting discussion. Thank you very much, dear panel participants. Thank you, dear Armed Forces of Ukraine, for us being here today, and I would like to return the microphone to Irina. Thank you very much. Thank you for this great final panel, and dear guests of the conference, the development of the rehabilitation dialogues on the challenges and innovations at the times of war. This has been a true dialogue. We've been discussing the challenges and the innovation. We've been discussing the problems and the ways to resolve these problems, and the solutions that are being implemented now and the ones that are about to be implemented. But we're definite that everything we've heard today will be of good use for the state sector and for all of us to be able to continue developing the rehabilitation system. The UNDP works in the work is done by the UNDP and the governments of Japan, Germany, and the Republic of Korea. And The financial support has also been provided by the government of Japan, and you see the QR codes on your leaflets. And today and tomorrow we will download the pictures from today's event, and we hope that you will use those pictures. And Viktor Kilevich Leshko has already written something, has already written a caption to one of the pictures, and I hope that you will spread the information about today's event. And this has been a great opportunity to exchange contacts, to share your experience, and we hope that you've also had a parallel discussion, and that parallel discussion has been as important as the discussion that's been on here. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, the Armed Forces of Ukraine, for letting us speak about the building up of the system and for protecting us. And we hope that we will see you soon. Thank you very much. Stay safe.